We're just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life we burrow. We are forced to break the law. If we can feed in this world. We are doomed to stay alone. Just to fill me up. I need something. To kill the right trust. World is sending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. Suddenly the sense inside me. Suddenly the fears inside me. Trust. Suddenly the sense inside me. Suddenly the fears inside me go. Trust. We're just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life, we are forced to let we can feel in this world. We are doomed to stay. I need something to feel. I need something to kill the suddenly the suddenly the spirits inside me.
The way why I bought the trail cam, because I'm going to catch that son of a bitch. Um, to mess with that sign, they have to physically be on my property, which means trespassing, vandalism, and theft. And those three in combination end up being a felony in this part of the country. So I'm going to catch the son of a bitch on camera. I know the sheriff because I mentored him in high school. Um, and Brian and I are, he has a great deal of respect. So if I come to him with video evidence and, date timestamp and maybe a license plate on a vehicle, I would not want to be that individual. Anyway, that's the news from the frozen wasteland.
Yeah, is that so? They stole or took the second sign down? Is that the second time?
No, just the first time. I'm
Just the
baiting
first
them
time.
with a bigger sign. Is
I
basically what
see.
I'm doing. They left the Amy Klobuchar sign up, the Jen Schultz sign, and the John Reyes sign. That just the Harris Walls was the one that they ripped off of the mounts and
Right.
made disappear.
But again, the bear wouldn't care about Klobuchar, right? I mean, it does seem like the kind of thing that bear would do, right?
This is true. By the way, the news on the bear is he frequented one of my neighbors about a mile away, or rather, she frequented him and tore up 3 or 4 hives that John had. Anyway, she likes those beehives.
Yeah, you said your furry friend had departed. I thought you meant the bear had kicked the bucket. So I'm glad to hear that the bear was still terrorizing the neighborhood and having a good time, living large. A true celebrity.
Yeah, well, bear season is coming up, and I don't have a here bear license. There are a lottery, and I don't apply for the lottery. So, but many of my neighbors enjoy bear meat and like bear fur. So she might meet her demise, given that she's been terrorizing a lot of the neighbors.
That's amazing. I never knew so much went on in northern Minnesota. It must go without saying, Pop, that it's incredibly beautiful land up there. I've been to Minnesota once in my life. I don't know, in the mid '90s at some point. We drove over to the Mayo Clinic and picked up my friend's dad. That
Oh,
was yeah.
that's southern Minnesota. That's all plains. My God, you need to get up here where there's hills and forests and oak and maple and hardwood forests. It's an entirely different world than the croplands of southern Minnesota. Entirely
Right.
different.
Right. Loie's parents were born in Minnesota and brought up there, so we have strong ties. And beautiful, beautiful land. I've heard Lost Sioux way too much the last 2 weeks. 6 or 7 times I've talked with him, and he is a Lakota medicine man, and he likes to talk a lot and laugh a lot. And he certainly has affected my thinking.
Yep. Lost is good people.
Good people. Oh, absolutely, no doubt. But he's also very, very smart and very kind. And he loves these spaces. He loves talking to everyone.
Well, it's good because, by and large, I'm not just talking about the Lakota people, but by and large, natives are just a forgotten people in general.
Yeah, certainly the forgotten history. That's one aspect that we can certainly bring to light. The history is forgotten. And I've been talking with the archaeologists lately, having fun. It makes me forget the environment and the politics. They're so pissed off at the crazy English journalist, like it's life and death. That story has kept me entertained. And Damien, actually, who's here with us, is part of that scene, the anti-Graham Hancock scene, and the pseudo-archaeologists. Our archaeologist pals just treat the pseudo-archaeologists, like they're the living devil, the root of all evil. So in my world, it's been providing some entertainment to John Hoops and company. They're just fascinating people. Their grasp of history, the digs, the geography, they have a lot of interesting stuff to say, the old stories. Dr. Hoops himself is a specialist on pre-Columbian Central America. So he has a lot of good information. And we did get into it with Wind Brings Comfort and Lost Sioux about archaeologists, pseudo-archaeologists, their views as Native Americans, how they would like to see archaeologists proceed, what is respectful, what's the right process. So that was a very interesting conversation, a little bit of progress there. We know Sandy has bears as well. She took a great video of the bear invader. She likes listening to us while she's doing her Saturday gardening, which is very important, the gardening. And I'm going to sneeze.
So sneezed already.
It's how's that? I don't know what's gotten into me. We have yeah. It's funny. Proud Blue Mama has joined us. I don't even check her timeline to see what's going on.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Pina. Which state are you in? Or was that Sandy? Hey, Sandy. Okay. On and on it goes. Where are we? Proud, are you with us? Fierce mama, midwife, street medic, native gardener.
Yes, I'm with you all. I'm just listening. I pressed the button by accident.
Okay. I just would like to know which state or place you're in. What part of the world?
I'm in Michigan, Southeast Michigan.
Cool.
I've had 2 Harris signs stolen. And we've got some guy who's throwing nails on the driveways of anybody with Harris signs out here. We're hoping to catch him.
Oh, hey, I'm in Southeast Michigan as well. I'm in that county that we were talking about a few weeks ago, Livingston. So, um, yeah, I haven't put out signs yet, and I'm debating. And then I thought I'd put it in the window, but I thought they'd break my window. All right. And there was a woman on Twitter last week where her I just forgot her Jen was her name. She's also from Michigan. She was driving and she had just put a Harris bumper sticker on her car and she was trailing or on her truck and she had a trailer of stuff. It's all over Twitter. But they ran her off the road or tried to run her off the road twice. So yeah, it's kind of weird in Michigan when you get out in parts of it, most of it outside of cities. So
Yeah, I'm rural and it's concerning.
Good morning. I've had same issues here. This is Sandy speaking. I'm tired today, but I just wanted to pitch in a little on this one because yesterday I did my volunteer day over at Democratic headquarters in the very red county I live in, and we were talking about this, and I said, well, I'm going to put out my signs, and I got a trail cam which I'm going to put up on the post of my driveway gate, and I'm going to keep it on. And, they had knocked down.
if you guys have connection issues,
Could you hear me?
yesterday I had really bad ones and I just
I do
rebooted
hear
my
you,
phone. It was
Sandy.
fine.
Sandra, do you not hear Sandy?
Oh, because I made sure I shut off my external speaker and everything.
Oh, you sound great to me. I
Oh,
don't know if Sandra, we already discussed Sandra and Sandy, so we're clear.
hi,
Is this
Sandra.
working?
I think I'll send Sandra down and reboot her.
Okay. Well, my quick point is that they knocked down my mailbox a couple of, I don't remember if it was 2020 or 2022. I had signs up out there. It was a congressional candidate I had out there, and they knocked my mailbox all the way over. Well, now I have the heavy artillery and I have camera. The camera will be out there, and my sign that says mess with. I gotta do something. It's red here. I want to send a message. I don't know. I really want to put up a sign that says you mess with this house and put a big gun on it or some shit. I don't know, but I'm waiting. We'll see what happens because I have many signs, and I have one that I had made many years ago. I never thought I would still have to use this sign. I had it made personally. It's a big American flag on the sign, and then it says on the top pro-America, and on the bottom it says anti-Trump. And I had that up before, but I used to have it on a way they would have to enter the property in order to touch it. But I was married then. Now I don't have anybody with me, so I have to be a little more careful. But it's a sick society that does this.
Can real quickly regarding trail cams? Those things eat batteries like crazy.
Mine's solar. Mine's
solar.
solar.
Well, then I'll just shut the last a week or more in a trail cam, whereas
Very cool.
the alkaline batteries, dude, you're done in about a day, maybe 3 days max.
Oh, I learned that. That's why the one in my back that I caught the bear on, that has the solar panel. I've never had to touch it in a year. Over a year. I've never had to touch it. And in fact, it's easy to download everything. I can do it from my bedroom because that's how close it is outside,
Yep.
to my room. So it's pretty cool. But I'm hoping nobody touches anything here, but just God help them if they do.
Yeah, they mess with my signs down by the highway. I've got a 1,000-foot driveway. They mess with the signs down up a driveway because the local rumor is that I'm a crazy ex-Vietnam vet and I'll shoot you if you come up my driveway.
I think that's the local rumor that I'm a crazy cat lady. I'll shoot you if you come down my driveway. But
You need to get a rifle and go out to the range and practice a little bit and send the
honey,
message.
I'm already there. I'm already there. I told you, I am already there. In fact, I have two, and you'd probably like my Ithaca Featherlight. It's a gorgeous old pump action, but anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. The story with me was when I bought the land, I was building the house, and a DNR agent came by, female, on a little 6-wheeler, and I figured the sociable thing would, be go down, get off the Raptors, and start, say hi since I'm new in the area. And we shot the breeze back and forth. And at the end, near the end of the conversation, she said, if you find a meth lab, anybody cooking meth out in the woods, don't go near it because it's dangerous. And I said, yeah, I know. And very casually, I said, but the only reason I'm going to call you guys is to tell you how many body bags to bring.
Oh,
That
bad
rumor,
boy.
that rumor permeated the town, and I had an order of 2x4s lumber, and the guys would stop at the base of the driveway and call me, "It's us." And I'm like, "Get the fuck up here. I need this goddamn lumber." So the next time I was down in the at the lumber store, I looked at the guy and I said, "So what's the deal with your guys calling me?" He says, "Well, the rumor in town is that you're this crazy ex-Vietnam vet. You're armored to the teeth, and you'll shoot people that come on your property." And I'm like, "Good. Don't tell anybody any different." And that was 25, 26 years ago, and the
Wow.
rumor has stuck.
Well, it's unfortunate we have to be this way.
Yes.
It really is. But when I tell that, I talk to the older ladies, and I'm not any spring chicken, but I talk to the people that are volunteering, and I tell them that I am who I am, and but I discuss it in a way that they understand. I'm trying to pop tell everybody what the New York State Safe Act is. I think I've talked about this before, that I think it's really well done, and that it should be a model for the country. And if nobody's coming to take your gun away, but if you're going to want a handgun, the Safe Act is you have to take an 18-hour course. You go to, and I've done this. So you go to the police.
Can I pop in here?
Yeah, pop in.
Okay, so I've been really depressed because of the way the world has been lately. And I just wanted to say that I support my queen 100% with all this Palestine stuff. We have to get that taken care of. That whole mess is just absolutely terrible.
100%. I am in total agreement.
Yeah, I'd like to regarding. I've had a permit. Well, I don't have one currently. I've had a permit to carry concealed in 3 states: Connecticut, Virginia, and Minnesota. I don't have a permit to carry currently. But in Connecticut, you have to take a course. Then you actually have to have some range time, and then you apply to your local sheriff or your local law enforcement. They authorize it and then forward it off to the state. Now, in Connecticut, the only way to transport a handgun is, or any gun for that matter, is you either have to have a permit to carry, or you're taking the weapon from your home or place of business to sell it, have it repaired. Let me finish, Alex.
Okay.
And I think that's a good idea. This idea that anybody can walk in with no training and no knowledge of firearms and purchase and then have the ability to use a deadly weapon is just insanity.
Yes.
I'm ex-military, and we first off, all the weapons are stored, and the only time you're issued them is when you actually need to use them. And then you train. You spend hours and hours and hours at the range. But this idea that, and I understand that I'm a pro Second Amendment kind of guy, but we need to find some way to keep weapons out of the hands of mentally defective individuals.
Yep. I'm excited because Melody's back with us, and she's had it. She's taken the brunt of that hurricane. So I'm really glad Melody's back. I hope she's doing okay. I hope Mr. Marty's okay.
We got
How
a
you
little
doing?
rain and wind, but we didn't really get it. Hit us direct, like it came right over us. It didn't. It
And-
didn't do anything. It just rained and was windy. It didn't really.
Yeah, but Melody got slammed. How you doing, Melody?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thank you. This is the first time I've been able to speak in a space in months. I was able to be in a space for a couple of minutes yesterday, but by the time the co-host introduced me, I was locked out of the space, so I probably don't have long.
Do you want to try to co-host? Will that work?
Please no, because I can get locked completely out.
Yeah.
Please don't do that. Just try to keep things simple as possible. I'm going to speak as quickly as I can because I know I only have a couple of minutes. I'll log out and then I can listen to your space for hours as usual. Let me say this quickly. We were really slammed. We're kind of right at that elbow where the hurricane turned and went up into the Appalachians. The river was frothed into a foam. There are 11 downed trees in my yard. None of them my trees, but one of them is across. One of them, which is bigger than 3 yards. Each yard's about 75 feet across. So we're talking about a very large tree, almost a block long, is across across the roof of Mr. Marty's SUV. Another tree of equal length is across in front of his. So there's two 20-inch diameter trunks completely blocking any vehicle access to the property. In the back, there is another tree equal sized that is falling. It has fallen and then it's balancing on its branches, kind of tripoded on its branches, so that only a couple of the tips of its branches have poked through the roof in the back. But the rest of the branches are kind of balancing it, but they're sinking into our soil's very soft. We have the most beautiful soil in the world here, lovely sandy black loam, and the branches are sinking into the loam and the tree is kneeling ever more and more into the house. That's across the back. There is a huge, and there's an alien, some kind of European oak tree in the back has fallen and it came apart into pieces. It's very heavy wood. So the back half of Miss Daphne Duck's duck habitat is smashed, and I had to quickly patch that yesterday. I have to climb trees to get to it, and I had to patch it yesterday to keep the stray cats from getting in there and killing her. She is safe. I cannot get the door of her hatch open, but what y'all don't know is I raise red wiggler worms, popular for fishing, and I have it set so that she is constant. She gets them, so she's got food, she's got water. I could not get. She likes oatmeal. I couldn't get her oatmeal into her yesterday, so I know she's fussing. She also doesn't have any greens growing in there because she would eat them. So today, I have another structure, which I use as a greenhouse in the wintertime, and it has no cover on it because it's summertime, right? So it was not impacted, and it's kind of on the leeward side of the house, which means away from wind side of the house. And so so I'm going to wrap that with 1/4-inch hardwood cloth today and move Miss Daphne over there. It has a pond in it. It does. What I do there is recirculating water into peppers for the winter. It's so whatever. So now it's going to be a duck habitat. And my greenhouse is smashed. There's nothing left of it. And the stuff that was in the greenhouse is kind of like flowing all over the yard, and including my settee. I have a beautiful old settee. And I don't know if you've seen the video. I have a 5-minute video, or just 5 minutes and 14-second video. Took me 4 hours to upload it because we have very little, well, almost all our cell towers are down. I'm lucky to have connection. And the connection I have is intermittently very sketchy. It is cell only. There is no Wi-Fi in Georgia. That's just it. There's no Wi-Fi in Georgia. It's going to be at least 4 days before any emergency can do anything other than dealing with casualty. There are thousands and thousands of casualties. There are a lot more casualties up here than there were down further south because, or closer to the water, because a lot more people get killed when they get bonked in, by flying branches than by splashing water. So yesterday, yesterday early morning, I was outside as soon as it was light because I saw that there was devastation, and it was still blowing. It was still blowing here yesterday till about 8:20. So I was outside about 7:15, just before the sun came up. And what I experienced outside was pretty windy, but I thought it was calming down. I climbed trees and got over to see if Daphne was okay. And while I was over there, the wind whipped up again. So at the end of my video that I was able to upload on YouTube, you can hear me pray at the end of the video. And that's because I was being pelted by, I ended up taking, I've got over a dozen large bruises. I was hit by flying debris, mostly chunks of wood. I do wear a hard hat outdoors, and I make that a rule, after disasters, put the hard hat on. And so I didn't get my bell rung. I did get hit in the head several times, hit on the hard hat several times. So my neck hurts. Other than that, Mr. Marty and I are not medical emergencies, and the bleeders come first. There's so many people bleeding. You can't get any news out of here because there's no cell and service in most areas, and there's very limited cell where there is, and there's absolutely no Wi-Fi. So the news is just like they're trying to tell people what's happening, and nobody can believe it because they can't see a video of it, because it's going to take 8 hours to upload a video at this point.
So that was Melody's report in Augusta, Georgia, where they got slammed very hard by the Hurricane Helen. And Melody, of course, is an old friend of all of ours, with her pal, Mr. Marty, in Augusta, Georgia. Mr. Marty is a golfer. They have great golfing there. Melody, you back with us?
I am. Thank you. So thank you so much for your patience. I'll try to quickly get through this. What I wanted to say is, because there is no news getting out, y'all don't know that Six Flags Georgia is under 6 feet of sand. North in Asheville, which is a pretty big town, almost as big as Augusta, is airlift only. That's 250,000 people, airlift only for supplies and get the casualties out. The hospital is really crippled. They are running generators. It's getting more and more difficult to get fuel. The news can't get this out to you because you can't make a video and send it out of Georgia. So there's nothing live coming out of Georgia, except for this right here. Y'all are privy to, and thank goodness it's being recorded, y'all are privy to some live reporting from Georgia. Mr. Alex, is there anything that you want to ask me specifically about the situation here?
I open the floor to everyone. If anybody else has any questions for Melody, I trust you're feeling well. You have food. You're in good health.
Oh yeah,
And
I've got food. The saddest thing I saw today was the squirrels. The squirrels are out trying to fix their houses, which are all sideways. Oh, the squirrels are, their
Hey,
houses are, it's
hey,
a mess.
Melody.
Yeah.
Melody. Hi, I'm Sandra. I just want to let you know everything that you just said gave me such chills because I was in Hurricane Andrew in 91. I'm in Michigan now though. So you had a wind event and it sounds like the crook of that armpit of Florida, right? And sorry. And
No, I am not in Florida. I'm in North Georgia where
oh,
the
you
it
are,
burned.
oh, I gotcha. But you're
It
closer to
came up. I'm in the forest. Okay, and I live
oh,
in Forest Hills of Augusta, Georgia. I live behind Forest Hills Golf Course, and Mr. Marty works at Wedges and Woods because we're in the
okay.
woods. And this is a dense forest, and it gets even more dense as the hurricane turned west here and headed up into the Appalachians. That is all forest. So down in Florida, people were flooded and smashed around by water. Up here, they are being pummeled by logs and wood, and people have been crushed. And it's there's thousands more casualties from getting hit by wood than by water in this hurricane. This is the furthest northwest that a hurricane has hit. Period. There's never been a storm like this in Augusta. And the people in the Appalachians have never had a hurricane in history. Yes, Dr. Pup.
Yeah, first thing, still
we had,
chainsaws.
wait a minute, we had Kim had her hand up first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, yeah,
Miss Kim.
Kim, go ahead. Hi, Kim.
Hi, Alex. Hi, Janet. Hi, Melody. I'm glad to hear that you're well, faring. Horrible report that you gave us. That's very chilling. I mean, I've never been involved in a storm like that, except maybe for a snowstorm, but that's a different
There has
kettle
never
of
been a storm like this before.
But yeah, I'm glad you're managing and faring well. There is some news out of Atlanta. Apparently, Georgia's in recovery. Atlanta sees flooding after record rain. That just they're reporting Metro Atlanta saw record levels of rainfall, which drowned streets, cars, and homes. Dozens of people were rescued by emergency crews with rafts and ropes, pulling them through with often swift waters. So it sounds just devastating. And I know in Florida, they were reporting 15 feet of storm surge on the ground. Yeah, this is, and this is definitely a direct result of the warm waters off the coast of Florida and in the Gulf of Mexico. I think I was listening to a video by Paul Betwick saying that they recorded water temperatures of about 31 degrees Celsius in the Gulf of Mexico. And he also said that for a hurricane to form, you need waters of 26.5. So anyways, take care, Melody, and I'm glad to hear that you survived it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kim. The problem really is that there's normally a band of rain from Guinea to Guyana across the Atlantic. But that is turning into swirls as it comes closer to Guyana, and the water from Guinea to Guyana is ridiculously warm. Yeah. Dr. Pop had a question for me.
Actually, some recommendations. Number one, if you can find one, if you don't already have one, a Stihl 270 chainsaw with a 16-inch bar.
Okay, there are no chainsaws. This is my ask out, is to send a chainsaw to Georgia. Thank you so much. Don't send it to the government. Send it to a church or a human being on the ground. I'll accept chainsaws. There are no chainsaws in the South. They are all in use and they all been burning out. There's no bar oil available at any store on the ground in the southeast at this time. There are 37 trees across the road into Wedges and Woods where Mr. Marty works. And he's down to only 2 functioning chainsaws. One of them's only a 16-inch. There are no steel chainsaws. I actually own a chainsaw, but it's electric. So a lot of suffering going on here due to lack of chainsaws. It's our biggest ask. Chainsaw.
Melody, I want to tell people that you were heavily involved in Senator Warnock's campaign. For those who don't know, Melody's a super blue activist, like literally one of the best in the country. So I know there are a lot of people here. There are 38 days to election day. We have some of the blue political people here just to get that clear. Let's move right on to
Janet. I had one other thing, Alex.
Go ahead, Bob. Sure.
Yeah, Mel, this comes from an old logger. Be really fucking careful of those leaners. If it's not lying, the main trunk ain't lying solidly on something. Be really effing careful of what we affectionately call leaners. Those things will kill you, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm surrounded by them. I'm surrounded. I realize they're going to kill me, but I also have a plan. I mean, I'm studying on it. I've got a plan about where to pull the wedges, and I do a lot of cutting trees, and I'll do my best. Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Pup.
Yeah, be careful. Be careful,
Thank
Mel.
you. I promise I will. Miss Janet?
Melody, good morning. I'm glad that you're safe, and I'm glad that we can hear your voice. The one thing I did want to share with you is before I moved to Oregon, I lived in North Carolina for 25 years. I lived on the coast, on a lake, and so therefore my house was stilted because of that. One of the reasons that I did move was probably over the 25 years, I went through 4 to 5 major hurricanes and countless tropical storms. The last one that really pushed my move was Frances in 2019. We got hit extremely bad. And there's nobody that's going to tell me that climate change isn't a real thing, because after watching the hurricane patterns for 25 years, they are getting more and more volatile. I have a lot of friends and family and clients that still are in North Carolina. And what astounded me, to your point, Melody, was that the Asheville area over in Western North Carolina got hammered. I have never seen flooding like Asheville and Waynesville, North Carolina received like this last storm. And I think what's important to make note of is it is changing, and they are coming further north, and they are going further west. And a storm that's 420 miles wide is something to really, really take seriously. As to what Pup said, please be careful removing trees. We lost a neighbor removing trees one time. So please be careful doing that. And then just send direct messages to any of us if there's anything that we can send, or we can put you in touch.
Chainsaws. Send chainsaws. We can.
Okay.
Don't worry. I know how to catch a possum. I'm going to eat. Don't worry about it. Send me some chainsaws.
Okay. Well, you stay safe, and it's good to hear your voice.
I still have sweet potatoes in the ground. Don't worry. And you know what? Sweet potato is the only plant in the world that you can that is nutritious enough. You don't need to eat anything else. So I'm definitely going to be fine. I may be making coffee out of sweet potato peels pretty soon here, but I'm going to be fine. I have all the supplies I need except chainsaws. Please buy a chainsaw, ship it to Georgia. Worry about the money later, and don't be fancy. Don't buy a fancy chainsaw. Buy one that can go get destroyed, and send some bar oil with it, because there's no bar oil in Augusta. There's none. We got none. I can hear chainsaws running right now, whining because there's no bar oil. Poor kid, his chainsaw's going to be dead in a few minutes. This is serious as a judge. There are so many casualties. What's really wrong about is we're not out on the coast. This is not coast. I've been in 2 big ass hurricanes out on the coasts when I lived on the coast, one in the Atlantic and one in Southern California, huge storms. Southern California, it almost killed me. Didn't, here I am. But this is inland. This is in wooded, forested areas. And the Appalachians are wooded, forested areas on hills. And all of that is coming down. And the proof is the sand. There is so much sand coming down from the hills that we know, and there's no news coming up from there. There is so much sand coming down from those hills. You know that the erosion up there is massive and unsurvivable and unsurvivable. And during the storm, there were hunks of wood flying around, smashing into people, smashing into their homes, smashing into their cars, and killing wildlife. You don't want to know what I've seen. And I am so honored that you took the time to allow me to speak for a while, because I
Yeah.
such poor connectivity for me and for the environment I'm in, that this is rare. That people that do you realize that the reason that you can't get in and out of Asheville is the trees. There's thousands and thousands of logs across all the freeways and roads in and out of Asheville, North Carolina, and that's Appalachians. That they have never had a hurricane before, and a
I see,
hurricane.
Melody, I see that 40 people have died and about 4 million homes have lost power.
Well, that's what is known by the news. And there's no news out of the peaks of the Appalachians yet. We know it was there. We know we know it was devastating because the sand has come down the hills, and the logs that have clobbered the rivers. We know they're in pain. We know they've been hurt. 40 people, that's nothing. That's nothing. It's way worse than that. I know we've got over 1,000 casualties here in Augusta. Bleeders, different wounds and all that.
I'll just tell Alex, the loss of communications and the loss of connection with anybody, and no news crews can get in there. There's a big sort of cone of silence until that breaks through. But I'm worried. I just really hope that, and I was trying to send you a text, or a tweet, but I'm gonna promote your story. I'm gonna go out and look at your video, because what you just, and I'm gonna ask for chainsaws, but what you just described was nothing like any storm outcome I've ever heard of. So
no, you don't. We haven't had storms in forests. See, we get tornadoes. Tornadoes fall down in forests, but a tornado is 20 or 30 feet across. This is 100 miles across. Hurricane. This is a hurricane, which is 100 miles across minimum. It was 500 miles across when it made landfall. 100-mile across hurricane.
Yeah, that was 420 when it made landfall.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Dr. Mann was on both CNN and MSNBC talking about it all. And
Dr. Mann liked my video.
cool.
Yeah.
And we are only going to see more and more hurricanes that are bigger and bigger as all the energy of the hurricane comes right from the ocean waters, from the Gulf of Mexico waters. And heat is energy. Those waters are all at record heat. They just add more energy to these hurricanes. And there's no end in sight.
Yeah.
We need national policies to start combating this, or we will have a Category 8 hurricane, just wipe out the middle of the USA like it's a hydrogen bomb down the line. This literally is an issue of national security. And I'm literally starting to just depend on the U.S. Navy, because the government, the corporations really seem like chickens without their heads on.
Oh, you know what happened today? The Cajun Navy has been in contact. They do volunteer search and rescue, kind of illegal volunteer search and rescue further south of me, they're like, we don't know what to do up there. And I said, well, call the Seabees. And so guess who called me? The Seabees. They said, you know what's, and we had a conversation about what's going on. It was really thrilling. They had to call me back like 5 times. I couldn't call them, of course, protected number, but they had to call me back like 5 times because the stupid cell breakup, because of obviously my problem with communication.
You actually sound quite good and clear. It's a good, clear signal. We got Kim has her hand up. Go ahead, Kim. In Toronto there. Hi.
Hi, Melody. Well, that made me think of a question is, how do the crocodiles and alligators do or fare in this type of storm? Do they?
Oh, they plan ahead and they evacuate early. So, so I'm not kidding you. So the
Really?
reptiles, the reptiles
they
started moving.
have a sense of that.
The reptiles start moving. Yes, Janet knows. The reptiles start moving about a week before a big hurricane. The longer ahead that they start moving, and the bigger alligators that start moving. What's real bad is if you see an alligator with their mouth full of eggs moving before a hurricane, you better go close the Waffle House because this is a big one.
Yeah, I saw a video with alligators in some city in Florida, right in the streets having a good time. That's not for me. Their meat's probably pretty good. I'm very happy. Storrs, Connecticut is the safest place in the United States for national, disasters, poisonous animals. I'm very happy in my New England home.
Yes, you are. I was over here
Even
jealous.
Melody, I even have a new roof. They finally, after 5 years, I finally got my roof fixed.
What color is it?
It's black, but all these great Guatemalans and Ecuadorians showed up here in one day and just whipped up a new roof. It was incredible performance. They were balanced up there like nobody's business.
So need a new roof. Oh my goodness! And my roof's only 2012.
Yeah, the old roof was 1850. So I'm like, it's going good here. I can't believe I'm not worried. For decades I've been worried that the roof would just fall in on me.
Goodness. Well, my roof's only 2012, and it's shot. It's got branches sticking through it. It's a mess. It's a mess.
Wow. Janet, do you have something to add for us?
I was just going to say, and Melody would know this, or anybody that's been through a hurricane, the silence that happens before a storm is deafening, and it is so frightening. You can tell that something is coming because nature takes care of itself, and just everything shuts down, and the quiet is just deafening.
Yes.
I'd also like to remind people that Melody co-hosted 31 climate crisis clubs.
The connectivity. Well, it's actually my account was nailed, and I have not been able to be in spaces for months. It's been a mess.
Well, it seems like you're doing good now. Back in the
know. Well, hopefully Elon's busy doing something else. I was able to be in a space yesterday for just a minute, but by the time they got the introductions over with and called me up, I was locked out.
Eugene?
Yeah, I was in Eugene space, and by the time they introduced me, they made me speaker instantly when I came in. But by the time they introduced me, I got locked out, and it was tragic. But because that's breaking news for X. He wants the news first, and it failed. It failed to get through yesterday, but today I'm doing great. I can't believe how long I've been able to speak. This is a tragedy of an unmeasurable tragedy. The news is not getting out. I mean, did you know there was 6 feet of sand all over Six Flags? And that sand came from the Appalachians, and that sand showed up way after the hurricane.
Yeah, there are going to be a billion stories out of this storm. You know, it's making sure people are safe right now. The cleanup, the restoration, but eventually the histories and the stories all come out, and we figure out we have no idea what happened right now. 52 dead now, they're saying 2 minutes ago. So they're gonna that number will skyrocket. There'll be a lot of people have
There's
died. in the
probably,
storm.
there's probably
Um,
52 dead just in Augusta.
Probably. I don't know. Somebody asked me if the climate activists thought that this hurricane would influence anybody about climate change and the climate crisis and so forth. And I said straight up, no, I didn't think it would make much difference. You know, we saw how they didn't react to COVID. People were dying of COVID on their deathbed, denying COVID existed. I don't see this storm as change, you know, being any kind of tipping point, smoking gun or turning point. But we added on to the pile of evidence. Physics is physics, climate science is climate science, and Sandra has her hand up.
Yeah, I just want to counter you there a little bit, Alex, because I do believe this might be a tipping point for many. I have never heard a storm like this ever, or any kind of disaster ever, to just come out of the blue. And it's so off from the norm, in the forest, in the mountains, no place is safe kind of thing. I mean, this could be a tipping point. If what Melody describes, the horror that she describes, is completely accurate, and they don't hide it or whatever. I'm not saying that they do, but there's always, you know, possibilities. But it really needs to be a reckoning, or some kind of something with at least more people than we have now. So I don't know. That's my gut or my intuition.
Yeah, I now see 53. Let's talk to Sandy, who knows everything in upstate New York. Hi, Sandy.
I don't know everything. I just wanted to make the comment at all. The comment that I have been watching YouTube videos, and many mayors, especially in Florida, are saying, "Oh no, we will rebuild. We will rebuild." And so it's very hard for me to see, even with this tragedy, how the cognitive dissonance in people is going to move the needle too far. I think there might be people on the fence that say, "Wow," but I don't know. Call me pessimistic, but we shall see. Let's see what transpires. That's all.
Yeah. Well, we know how the normal course of these hurricane follow-ups, how it all goes, the rebuilding, years and years and so forth. One of the questions I have, Georgia in particularly is a swing state. How will this hurricane affect the election? We want to see Harris win in Georgia so badly.
I do too.
Yeah.
Let me let you know what the opposition is saying. The right-wing opposition in Georgia is saying that Democrats seeded the clouds. That Democrats caused
That kind of thinking from them. Yep.
And okay, first of all, there's that. Secondly, the opposition here, well, our governor is not going to request federal assistance. He just doesn't, because he's a fucking pig. But what he will do is throw up any kind of obstacle he can to any federal assistance. And then he can then the right wing is turned around, you know, when we say, hey, you don't want to end FEMA. FEMA is what helps you. Then the uninformed Georgian can easily say and respond in all truth from their heart of hearts, where's FEMA? They're not here. FEMA's not helping. And that is because the governor is throwing up every kind of obstacle he can. We have such a criminal as governor here. He's such a mess.
You do have two great senators, though. Let's get back to Sandy, who knows almost everything. She has more to add. Hey, Sandy, if she can hear me, that is.
I do have more to add. I agree with everybody's assessment here. I just, I don't know. Especially, I did also see that the cloud seeding and the Democrats on X. You know, when you get down on the ground and you speak with people, maybe it's going to be different, especially those affected. But X is a cesspool, so we really can't. It's not scientific, but of course, we're going to see that stuff. Oh, it's HARP. Oh, it's dew. Oh, it's cloud seeding. Oh, it's chemtrails. Oh, they're doing it. You know, that's to be expected, and it's quite sad. It's quite pathetic, actually.
It's heartbreaking.
It is.
I'm a phone banking senior captain, and so I talk to voters all the time. I talk to voters every day, and so I hear what Georgians say, and I don't just call Democrats. My system doesn't just call Democrats. We're calling all registered voters. And so we get it all. I listen to all of it. And it's this, what you hear on X, the worst of what you hear on X that you think must only exist on X is coming out of the mouths of voters, and that have never been on X, that don't even have never been on social media. They've got a pipeline. They call it it's a nested DM group on X and on Facebook and on other social medias that goes right door to door, and they word of mouth tell each other this stuff. It's called Log Cabin.
Oh my gosh, frightening.
Yeah,
frightening.
But Google Log Cabin or search Log Cabin on X. You'll be shocked. You'll fall
Okay,
your knees.
I will.
Yeah, you
We
fall
are
your
going
knees.
to. We're
Excuse
going to
me,
do an
Melody.
extra show.
I'm
Okay,
sorry, Kim. What's that?
I'm
Sorry,
getting
I was just
off.
wondering, Melody, do you have any sense of people when you're calling the voters being aware what Trump's Project 2025 wants to do to government agencies such as the National Weather Service?
They all deny that Project 2025 is real at all. They say, oh no, Trump doesn't want Project 2025. When I counter and say, well, excuse me, JD Vance is one of the authors of Project 2025, and he's the VP running mate. Don't you think Project 2025 is going to be part of that? Oh, no. But what is planned is that Trump will get elected because he's popular. That's what they think. I'm praying that he won't. And I do meet a lot of wonderful people that are willing to put their lives on the, because that's what it takes down here. We get shot at, Democrats. So there's a lot of people down here who put their lives on the line to make sure that Trump is not elected. However, if Trump was elected, the plan is that JD Vance will then declare him 25th Amendment. He'll I mean, not 25th Amendment. He'll declare him unfit for office.
Yep.
Exactly. And then he will take over, and Project 2025 will be the law of the land. And the people, the Project 2025 is ready to put the people in place. So it is real. Project 2025 is real. It's very clear cut, and it is real. But we are not. But the Republican voters that are not on social media deny it, and the ones that know it's coming tell me, "Yeah, you're first," because I'm an immigrant.
Oh my goodness,
There,
that's horrible.
Yeah, I've been threatened so many times. It's crazy. So, and
Well, you
and
were,
thank you that people are no longer saying I am overreacting, because I have been able to document enough threats against myself that I have some protection now, and people are realizing this is true, and it's happening to enough other people that I am no longer considered. They know I'm not crying wolf.
but you are an immigrant, Melody. It's most true.
I know it's true.
People don't know that about you. They think you're a nice, white Southern lady, they do not realize that you are a Cuban American, which is really cool, right? They, again, Melody, they don't know you co-hosted 31 of these climate crisis clubs from our early days of me and Oliver discussing life, through till our middle age. You were instrumental in helping us develop all this, all that endless co-hosting and all the nonsense we put up with in all those days. And you know exactly what we do here, how it works, what goes on. So it sounds like you're fine physically. You and Mr. Marty are good for now. You've got enough food and water.
Yeah.
You've got some cell connectivity, and so you're not in immediate emergency. Has it stopped raining?
Oh yeah, it's been sunny ever since about 8:30 yesterday morning. Here's where I'm in trouble is that we can't get the car out.
Yeah.
The car is pinned down by two big trees. The other problem, so when we run out of what we've got here and need to go get supplies, we can't do that. The second problem that we have is that Mr. Marty is having some cognitive difficulties. Now, he's an incredibly brilliant guy with an advanced degree in therapeutic recreation, and he's been teaching. He used to teach golf at Berkeley. I mean, this guy's no slouch, right? He's been teaching professionally since 1984. The guy is a monster and very brilliant, and he's having trouble remembering to turn things off that are battery operated. He's having trouble remembering that he can't open the back door because there's a falling tree back there. So he keeps trying to open the back door, and he knows this, but he keeps forgetting it. So he's really suffering. I'm not sure exactly what all's going on with him, but it's not a medical emergency. But I'm working double time. It's the truth.
Mr. Marty did on my birthday last year. He did wish me a happy birthday, and I talked to him. That was memorable for sure. I don't, hurricanes, typhoons, these huge storms will only increase and be more often as the climate crisis continues. That's our reality. That's the way it's going to be.
It is.
In the United States, we're the richest nation in the world. We can rebuild at this point from these huge storms. We can carry on. We have terrific emergency services. If you're in Malawi or Zimbabwe or somewhere like that, this storm comes in, you don't have emergency warning, you're wiped out, the storm is over, there's no relief services. In those poor nations, this is serious business that where a storm like this one would kill 50,000 people. That's our reality that we live in today. And the important thing, as talking to Melody, the important thing is communications. Being able to stay on the line and to be able to communicate is critical. Let's say hello to Highlander. I don't know. I assume Highlander is in Scotland, but I don't know for sure. How you doing, Highlander? What's up?
No, Grandpa was from Scotland. And a quick one is
Highlander, were you in the U.S. Navy, my friend?
Yes, I was definitely in the nuclear submarine.
Bingo. We have two of your fellow sailors up here speaking right now.
That is amazing. And us nuclear submariners are getting kind of rare. It's
we have another nuclear submariner up here speaking.
Is automation or blue?
It is our Reverend Pup was on a nuclear submarine. He was a nuclear technician.
Is he on here right now? Because they call me the cop.
Yep, he's here right now. Yep.
Okay, I see him. Let me friend him if I haven't already. Okay, I'm following him. They call me the cob because X spaces. It's one quick minute. All right, Elon came in and he saw it was a disaster, and he tried cleaning it up, and yeah. And for some reason, my fellow nuclear submariners, probably because I'm old, decided, and If the Reverend is a nuclear submariner, he'll understand the word Cobb. They designated me Cobb. That means I'm in charge of the nuclear submariners.
I don't think the Reverend's listening. Pop, are you listening? Because he would be breaking right in here by now for sure.
Well, sometimes when we're on Spaces, we take a break. Maybe we go get a bite to eat or whatever, I mean. But
Yeah,
in any case, I
yeah.
am very, very pro Mother Earth. And that's why I saw your space and I'm like, what are we doing? How stupid can we be? I'm not here to say buy a Tesla. I'm not here to say buy a whatever vehicle. I'm here to say there's a lot more we can do in our individual lives that make a huge difference. It really does. Reuse, recycle. That's simple. All right. A lot of people, and I'm sorry, I'm a military man at heart. And the Navy changed my life around. I wish that, I'll be blunt, I wish that every child in America spent 2 years in the military service before they went to college. Not because I'm pro-military and I'm a very nonviolent type of person, even though I was military, and still, I just think it brings a different mindset and a discipline, and I think our children could use a little bit of that. And then they get exposed to different people and different things. But trying to stay on topic, I understand you're the host and you have a topic. It's just so many simple things we can do in our lives to help each other out and help out Mother Earth. It just amazes me the things you can learn on here. The things I learn about mining and ecology around the world. And yes, like I said, so it says the Highlander for a reason. Grandpa was born in Scotland. We maintain our heritage, or we try to as best we can. And we're a very people-oriented person. And I think the best way to pull my little submarine to the pier for a few minutes is to say there's a lot of things you can do to help other people. Kindness is free. That's my catchphrase, and it's now copyrighted, but I'll give it away. I mean, that you can open a door for somebody in your life. Just literally when you're going to the gas station or you're going to whatever grocery station, whatever, open the door for somebody, anybody. Smile when you're in a bad mood. Try to smile. It really helps yourself and it helps other people. A lot of people are down and out right now, but if you smile, it improves everything. It's very simple things. I just don't understand why people don't use it. It's free. Kindness is free. Smiles are free. I got in trouble at work because I hugged somebody. And this person didn't file a complaint. Somebody else filed a complaint because I hugged somebody when I saw they were, having troubles. And they went to HR and filed a complaint. I just don't understand this. And what I don't understand is I have nieces and nephews and grandbaby, all that. And the troubles that teenagers are going through right now, my teens, they weren't terrible, but I had highlights and the troubles of teens, and I talk to people through all countries thanks to X. I really do. Plus, I'm Clan Buchanan. We got family all over the world and we stay in touch. Our teenagers are in such trouble. They're under such pressure. I mean, way beyond comprehension. And I'd love to find a way to be able to help them. Can I pull my little submarine off to the pier and let somebody comment on these things?
Oh,
please?
I would love to, Highlander. Thank you for your words. you know, with climate change, we have to get our governments to start doing something today for the children for tomorrow. Because what we're putting up into the atmosphere with fossil fuels and carbon emissions is going to lead to climate catastrophes happening much more than they are now, and much harder lives for the future. So we come here together and kind of open the climate doors every Saturday to talk about what we're experiencing and what we can do to try to make the future better for the children. So I, you know, what else can we do? Maybe not so much on a personal level, but on a collective level, to mitigate climate change.
Yeah, we have to form little coalitions. This is my opinion, just one man's opinion, and I'm a nuclear submariner. I know a little bit about something. The best thing I think we can do is get involved in our community. And it's tough because, especially, I live in I live between Ohio and Michigan, and believe me, it's automotive, and I'm trying to push pro electric vehicles. You got to understand where I live. I mean, literally where I live. We got illegal drag racing going on almost every night, and on the weekends, it's terrible. And I go to them, and I'm like, I sell my T-shirts, whatever, you know, and try to, and I'm like, trying to push electric vehicles. I drove a couple of months ago in the world's fastest vehicle at that time, production vehicle. It was a Tesla. I don't care which vehicle it is, but electric vehicles are part of the solution. But I'm broad-minded. I'm looking at everything. I mean, I'm all over these spaces and on YouTube, and I push for it. But I think the best thing we can do is try to get involved with our community, especially the school systems. Try to get them to go pro-electric or educate the kids to be aware of Mother Earth, take them out to the park. They really do. They need to just get out there and go fishing. Go do something. Go out camping. I mean, I was raised camping, which I'm just blessed that I had to, with my hardships too. Don't get me wrong. Fortunately, I'm not working a good union job. I'm not pro-union. I'm not anti-union. Let's just say I'm back to work and things are good. So I've decided joining spaces like this and getting involved in my community is what I can do. Get involved. I'm going to pull my little submarine off to the pier on that, people.
Yeah, we got Melody got her hand up. She's down there in Augusta, Georgia. She's taking the brunt of the storm. Go ahead, Melody.
Hello. I want to thank everybody for the chance I've had to speak here. I want to ask you, did the video post to your Jumbotron? Because I don't see it. It's, you know, it's probably my connectivity
Yeah, I'm
that I
trying
don't
to get
see
it up there. My first attempt failed, so I'm working on attempt 2. Yeah.
Oh, okay, very good. I put it also in the purple
I
pill,
believe it did,
so it would
Alex
be
and
easy.
Melody. I see it up there.
Okay, I don't see
Oh,
it here. So
wonderful.
cool.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, and so I'm gonna retire from the space. I need to go and finish putting together a new habitat for Miss Daphne because the back half of her habitat is smashed. Thank you so much for your time and all of your good wishes. And please send a chainsaw to the Appalachians or to Georgia. Thank you.
Thanks, Melody. For those who don't know, Daphne is a world famous duck who's been in viral videos, playing with the Australian Shepherd dog. I forgot the dog's name. Oh, thanks. Can't remember everything.
Yeah, Miss Mimi Woo Woo,
Mimi.
and she's a fancy bred miniature Australian Shepherd.
Miniature Australian Shepherd. Yeah. There's a great video of them playing in the pool. I,
That's on my, that's my pinned post. That's my pinned
that's
post.
really
Is,
cool.
so good for it. And love y'all. And I've missed you so much in spaces. I'm glad this worked. This having worked today means I will attempt to join more spaces. Thank you. And I you.
Take care,
Well,
Melody.
yeah, you're always welcome in the club. You know that, Melody. And as I say, you put a ton of work into this club. I don't forget. I'm sure Oliver doesn't forget. Speaking of Oliver, he seems to be slacking today. I don't know. I guess that's his prerogative. Let's welcome Rob to the discussion. I just see a nice purple marijuana plant there, and I don't know where Rob is or what's up with him, but he's certainly. Hey, Robert, how you doing, my friend?
Good morning, Alex. Or should I say good afternoon?
I got good afternoon, yeah, and some people here are good evening. We've never figured out the proper grammar etiquette on that one. I have no clue. The Australians, they're on Sunday. But anyway, Rob, what part of the world are you in?
So, I'm Rob. I live on the eastern side of the United States.
Cool.
I live in Vermont.
Nice.
I've lived in Vermont now for about 16, 17 years. That's when I bought my house, and I just wanted to say that I've been watching the aftermath of what's been going on in Florida and Georgia. Boy, I'm sending my thoughts and prayers to those people down there. I really feel bad for them, and hopefully, they can get some speedy relief and some recovery from this, because it's really horrible to see this. And as you know, Vermont has had its fair share of flooding as well. But it's funny that you're talking about climate change, because I was having a discussion with someone the other day, and they had asked me if I had ever seen the United States Navy topographical map of 2050. And I got to thinking, I said, wow, that's less than 30 years. And I don't know about you, but I'm old. I'm in my 60s, and chances are I may not see this. So I looked it up online, and I was kind of taken back of what I saw. The picture of the United States, a large swath of the West Coast is just, practically gone. Large swath of Texas and Florida and parts of New England are just consumed by water. And I noticed that the state of Vermont sort of comes out unscathed. And I'm wondering, because of the state of Vermont, it's its own island. It's the only state that I know of where it has an island within an island. But I gotta catch my breath here. So I that's who I am. I'm a good person. I'm always looking for rooms where there's positivity, and good vibes. That's what I like. And I'm trying to get away from too much of the politics, because it's consuming, and whatever it may be. But that's who I am, and I enjoy listening to you folks. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. I am in northern Massachusetts, so I am your New England neighbor here. And for those who don't know, Vermont, the Green Mountains, is an absolutely beautiful state, a Northern American state, very green, lots of trees, mountains, just beautiful. and politically quite far left, quite blue, as we say, with the legendary Senator Sanders up there. Rob, we're going for good vibes here. Environmentalists love to get into fights, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very laid back up here. I mean, I think if we were any more laid back, we'd be dead.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
I think I laughed and he muted, but yeah, Rob.
Well, I mean, the thing that I like is, cannabis is legal here, and I grow my own here and trim it and, and I hang it and all that kind of stuff. And I like it because it makes me feel good inside. I worry about, because I have peripheral neuropathy and it's a circulation problem and it's a stinging sensation. And, when you get weather like with what we had down in Florida, boy, I feel that. And it's no fun at all. And as I get older, the stinging, it intensifies. And
Thank God
and
somebody
it
else knows what I'm talking about. Sorry to interrupt, but it's like 1,000 needles in your fingers and toes.
Yeah, I mean, it hits me like in the back of my neck and my arms and my groin, my hind end, and it's as I get older, it gets painful, and it sort of pushes you into, where you got to take opiate pills, and I don't want to do that. I'd rather smoke my cannabis. The way I see it is like this. When I smoke, okay, or consume it, I know the pain is there, but in my head, I don't care.
Rob, have you ever tried raw cannabis or juicing the leaves? The acidic cannabinoids, the research coming out about acidic cannabinoids is pretty exciting for neuropathy. I'd love to send you a sample of some water soluble organic cold pressed hemp juice powder. No THC, it's just all acidic cannabinoids and very high in CBDA.
Am open to that, but my vision has always been that the medicine that's in the cannabis is all medicine, even the psychoactive part, because the guys that came back from Vietnam and stuff like that, were traumatized.
Yeah, we got one of those right here, Rob.
And cannabis.
We just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. we borrow, we are forced to break the law. If we can feed in this world, we are doomed to stay alone. I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rage. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. Trust. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. Trust. We're just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life we go, we are forced to break the law. If we can't feed in this world, we are doomed to stay alone. So I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rage. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. World is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust.
am humbled by so many of the lessons that I've absorbed from spending time with, some of the shamans that I've crossed paths with. And I'm glad that you bring it up because
I'll tell you one, Paul. Our Native American medicine men don't like the word shaman at all.
Well, I use it as a term that most people can understand what I'm talking about, but the people that I refer to as shamans would not call themselves shamans.
Well, it just means one who knows, right?
The storytellers. I mean, the storytellers. I guess I could say.
I'm telling you what Lost Sioux, a Lakota medicine man, told me. He considers shamans not from the Americas in his language. Yeah,
I understand and I respect that. My friends are storytellers and painters and musicians, and so they wouldn't call themselves shamans, but the lessons that I learned from them enriched me in a way that was beyond their artistry. It was just a way of relating to people that is universal, really. And raised in Northern California and born in Northern California and raised there, I was indoctrinated into a certain and by traveling the world as I have, I've been embraced by many different cultures, and continue to. I'm actually just now getting a call from France, but and I'm on my way to visit my friends from Holland.
We have our friend Letitia is from France is listening. Yeah.
I think the room is rugging a little bit, and it's probably from the storm. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
no problem, Islander. No problem. Go ahead, Paul. Where are you now, Paul?
I'm in Southern Oregon, and it's a gorgeous day here.
Cool.
Yeah, I am just blessed beyond belief. I like to think it's in reward for the contribution that I've tried to make to peace in the world. And with cannabis, as Milan asked earlier, the circulatory system of the planet is lacking the terpenes that used to be produced in abundance by the boreal forests and the marine phytoplankton. And part of the environmental services that have been impacted by using trees to make paper, for example, and building materials, is that the lungs of the earth, the boreal forests, which used to comprise 15% of the landmass on Earth, well, half of those trees have been cut or died in the last 70 years. And so with half the trees, there's half the terpenes in the atmosphere. And the same has happened with the marine phytoplankton, which actually contributed even more terpenes than the boreal forest. But at the stage we're at now, the loss of boreal forests and marine phytoplankton is accelerating because of the negative feedback loops that exist, that are continuing to decimate those populations. And so for us to replenish the earth with terpenes, there's only one crop that's capable of doing that. I mean, a lot of...
Did we lose them?
We're looking at the climate crisis and the assorted environmental polycrises, such as the soil crisis, the biodiversity crisis, and the plastic crisis.
Right.
And this is our 96th meeting. I've been in all 96. Oliver's been here for about 92. And we've come to a few conclusions in all those weeks. One of our theses here is an all of the above approach. Like everything is on the table to help the human race, help our nation get through these problems. I'm just giving you a little background.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But what I bring to the conversation is the perspective on the UVB.
I can't hear Paul. Is that just me?
That's just you. Shall I send you down and bring you
I
back?
hear Paul 10 by 10.
Oh, good.
Paul, in on my end.
No worries.
I'm just talking about the UVB and UVC radiation. That's
Right.
making-
Well, I'm going to pop you down and bring you back. That's what's going to happen.
Being loud and clear too.
Let's get to Highlander's been waiting quite a while. Go ahead, Highlander. Hi.
Thanks, buddy. I know you
Sure.
from another space, but 2 quick points. One is I have neuropathy. I take gabapentin. I'm sure
Okay.
some people in the room know it. They're probably
that
taking
work?
it for neuropathy, and because I did drugs as a teenager, and then I stopped. All right, and so I don't want anybody doing it. And the more I try to educate myself, I'm like, marijuana, whatever you want to call it, THC. Hey, maybe I should get off the drugs that my doctors had given me and try the THC. Here's the one, and I am so passionate about this, is now that it's becoming legal all over the place. All right, that's good. It's got so many medical health benefits. But when the teenagers are doing it, especially the young teenagers, I am so against that because it just makes their teenage years worse, in my opinion. It does. It should be legalized, but it should be strictly controlled. But whenever you strictly control something, then the drug dealers are coming back, and that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
I'd
if
like
you
to switch. Please
you
go
teach
ahead,
in the-
sir. I'll shut up.
No, I was just going to comment on what you said. If you teach kids to take responsibility for their choices, then they make better choices. But trying to control a teenager, I've got one. I've got a 17-year-old right now, and he doesn't use cannabis. He likes a little whiskey now and then, but
You cannot control a teenager. I tried telling my brother's wife, stepsister, whatever you call it. I don't know.
Well,
But
you
I tried
teach them.
to-
You teach them to take responsibility for their choices, and that way they control themselves.
Yeah,
and you
but
teach
they
that
get real
you teach
sneaky.
that from an early age. You got to
Yep,
teach it
but
from
they
an
didn't.
early age. Well, see, that's the mistake that parents make, is they don't teach their kids to take responsibility.
Well, when you have irresponsible
for
parents and lazy parents, you wind up with lazy, irresponsible kids. And the problem is
sometimes
they become pregnant or they can have STDs. I want to switch
Well, sometimes.
All right, guys, we're getting way off topic here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm gonna have to jump off pretty soon, so that's why I'm kind of being a little bit intrusive.
Sure.
I just wanted to finish making the point. If Milan can hear me.
Yes, go, Paul.
Can you hear? Oh, okay. I just wanted to just mention that the increasing UVB and the increasing UVC radiation is really something that is at the forefront now of the geoengineering scheme that is being imposed on us by Bill Gates and others. And if we recognize that cannabis is the only crop that's capable of replenishing Earth's atmosphere with terpenes in the time that we may have left to make a difference, then we can stop what is being done to the atmosphere by these insane people with too much money. And at the same time, we can grow the quantity of cannabis that's needed to support the hemp biorefinery process and making our own energy regionally. with environmental benefits and food security and nutrition, because cannabis provides complete essential nutrition and an abundance of clean energy from the same organic harvest in more countries in less time with more environmental benefits than any other crop. And all of those things add up to upscaling the production of cannabis simultaneous with the construction of processing infrastructure. And a hemp biorefinery costs $100 million. That's the price tag for it. But it can be done, and it can provide an abundance of clean energy for for a region where cannabis can participate in the organic, regenerative, agricultural healing of the earth. And that's what needs to happen. And it's a simple solution to many complicated problems, because the solution is simple. It's the problems that are complicated. But time is the limiting.
I did not come on this space to talk about weed. I have a pet project that addresses
Well, I'm
Mother Earth.
being talked over by somebody who I don't think understands the purpose of this room, and I'd appreciate the moderator stepping in, because
Sure,
I've been
man.
obstructed before in
I hear you.
presenting information, and I'm too old for it. I just don't.
I hear you,
don't
man.
tolerate being talked over when I'm presenting information that people need to understand. And I will be happy to yield the floor, because
No, Paul, can I ask you
yes,
something?
of course.
Paul, this is purely about cannabis generally as being a, what do you call it? I've forgotten the word you use, which is so important. First of all, the numbers we use for the trees generally are 10,000 years ago, or 12,000 years ago. It was 6 billion trees. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Oh goodness, I'm completely lost now, aren't I? 6 trillion, 6 trillion trees, I think it was. 6 trillion trees, and now we're down to 3 trillion. So basically, the hope is to regrow obviously 1 trillion trees. However, that's really quite a long and a difficult thing to do. And what you're saying is grow cannabis instead. Grow plants that will put the terpenes back into the atmosphere faster than growing trees, and ideally grow them amongst arboreal forests. So you can have your forest, and in amongst it you can have cannabis growing happily, thriving.
Absolutely.
This is what I thought. This is the point I'm sure this is the point you're trying to say. So, for example, there is the Great Green Wall in, not the Chinese one, but the African one, is actually, it's not failing. It just doesn't have enough water, and it doesn't have enough nurturing at the moment.
Well, do you know that the terpenes
could work quite well?
Do you know that the terpenes serve as cloud condensation nuclei?
Yes.
Oh, good.
I had an inkling of it.
Oh, good.
So it's
well, that's the rain.
If you can grow them,
that's the rain component.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Cannabis has evolved to help itself grow, and part of that is creating its own rain. It's brilliant.
Yeah. So a zone like that, where they've been trying to grow it for 40 years, 30 years, 35 years, they struggle with water. What they could really, but they really are trying to grow other stuff in amongst the actual trees. So in order to help it, basically, and also, as you say, to create their own water system, their own rain system. And something is happening at the moment, actually, strangely enough. But it just struck me that the cannabis could really help it enormously. On many fronts.
Oliver,
I'm not talking.
Oliver, I'd really like
Isn't
to
that
bring,
fun?
Oliver, our friend, wind brings comfort.
Well, I'll tell you, everything that I have come to appreciate about this plant has added up to it being our functional interface with the natural order. And
Paul,
the
can you
more
hear
in
me,
tune
Paul?
with it we are, the
Can you not hear
more
me?
uh,
I can hear you, Al.
realizations
Yeah, he
occur.
can hear me.
And if
Because I wanted to
Sounds like
bring
it's got to go.
Win,
Yeah, sure.
our friend Win brings comfort in the conversation. She is indigenous, and I'm really, really curious
Yeah,
to hear what
absolutely.
Wind has to add. So hi, Wind. How are you today? What's going on? Can you hear me, Wind? Well, I don't know if Wind can hear me.
Alex,
She can.
you can't.
okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, Paul, can you hear me? You couldn't hear me.
And I just got back into the
Good now.
room. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Is what I
I'm
want
gonna have
to.
to jump off.
He can't hear me.
I've got an appointment.
I
Should
can
we
hear him, but
mute
you
the whole
can't hear him.
space?
Yes, that might work.
I
Yeah.
wanted Paul
Am
to
I
hear
am I
from
not
Wind.
hearable?
Yes, she is. She's back up now.
Yeah, Wind,
She's up.
Wind, can you hear me? Hi, Wind. Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
I
Because
can
I
hear people. Are you guys calling on me, or are you just acknowledging that I'm back?
no, you couldn't hear me before, Wind, but I really wanted to hear you speak, and I thought Paul would do well hearing you as well. How are you today, Wind?
There's connection
There's
issues. I'm seeing connection.
Did that work?
Yeah, Paul, can you hear me?
Am I back in the room?
You're back in the
This
room.
is Paul.
You can't hear me.
Can you guys hear me? Oh, okay. I got 100% from Oliver. Milan, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Sometimes this happens when you have too many speakers, Alex. So
Yeah.
maybe that's a recommendation, just to keep like no more than 5 or 6 speakers at a time.
Well, I'll be happy to fill up the room with speakers, but we have a lot of people here, and that happens with a lot of people. But we're going to just keep going. So tell Paul to just go ahead.
Oh, well, thank you. I heard that. What
Yes.
would you like me to talk about, Milan? Or Alex, or anybody else?
Let's keep going on marijuana, the environment, climate, ecology, whatever your thoughts are.
All right. Well, all systems are connected.
Yes.
First of all, and once we respect the natural systems that determine the quality of life on this planet, then we can have a value system as a species that is in tune with what is going on, what's really going on, not what
Yeah.
humans think is going on,
Right.
And the thing is, we have binged on these toxins because we've been misled into
Yes.
believing that cannabis is the devil's weed with its roots in hell.
We're just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life we borrow, we are forced to break the law. If we can feed in this world, we are doomed to stay alone. Just I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rest. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. The world is ending, but I don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Trust. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. Trust. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me gone. Trust. You're just killing time. We're the last ones to survive. In this life, we are forced to break the law. If we can't feed in this world, we are doomed to stay alone. So I need something to fill me up. I need something to kill the rest. Suddenly the sense. Inside me, suddenly the fears inside me. Suddenly the sense inside me, suddenly the fears inside me. don't care. We will die, but I don't care. Drugs. The world is ending, but I don't care. We won't die, but I don't care. Drugs.
And we need to be really careful when we're talking about cannabis, because I'm talking about hemp of old. That chemical combination within it, you're talking about terpenes and stuff like that, is completely different than what we have now today, because the entire crop has now been commercialized. It's been monetized to try and focus on the cannabis industry, which is wholly centered on getting people high. Now, to that end, we also have a huge teen issue, and I taught high school for a bit, and it's very prevalent, and teens are going to do what they want to do. I think every parent has learned that the hard way, and anyone that remembers being a teen, you did what you wanted to do. And so when I would talk to my students, they would say, like, what do you think? They would ask me sometimes, what do you think about drugs and this? And I'm like, first of all, it'd be hypocritical for me to just say, don't do drugs. And I'm like, because I'm like, marijuana is the hardest thing I've ever done. And I would tell them that. And I would tell them, it's important to understand why you're smoking it. Because a lot of, I was like, I'm not going to lie, it's fun. But it's important to be mindful of, why are you smoking it? Are you smoking it because you're going out with friends, or you're going to a concert and you want to enhance that single experience? Or are you using it as a method of escapism? Are you using it because you don't want to feel your feelings anymore? Are you using it to hide from the world? And when I look at cannabis use and like the ill consequences of it, it's mostly focused on, it's, cancer causing agent. It causes problems for your lungs. Everyone's focused on the physical aspects of it. No one's really thinking about the spiritual and emotional aspects of it. So we're divorced with that when we think of like the larger conversation of the health effects of cannabis. But it kind of goes back to this, the crop has fundamentally changed to what it was traditionally used for, when it was more balanced with the world, or like balanced with the people that utilized it. And the other thing that's concerning to me is deregulation, which sounds really weird, right? Because I'm talking about the government scheduled it, and it would and inhibit development and inhibited all this stuff, and that's bad. But this is why I'm worried about deregulation. Right now, the U.S. military, the biggest inhibitor for recruitment is the use of cannabis. It is the number one reason why, recruitment is down. And then when they identify people, they'll fail that drug test, and it's not federally deregulated. And on top of that, that's a safety job where, you do have to pass the drug test. And so when someone that's in with the defense contractors is like, we need to deregulate weed, I look at it and say, you want to deregulate that? That makes me nervous about a draft. That makes me nervous about war. And you might say, why the hell is this lady talking about war when we're here talking about cannabis? But they're interconnected. When we look at what's happening right now in the Middle East, or what's happening in Ukraine, fundamentally, these wars are destroying the land. They're displacing indigenous people. They're polluting the land. And these are intersectional issues. And so this is a very long-winded rant, but I think what the heart of what I'm getting to is, especially in the environmental space, we really need to be mindful of, when we're on a topic, what are the intersectional issues that have to deal with it? How can we work to build a coalition to address these issues together, to uplift voices that need to be uplifted? Because I am 100% a big proponent of coalition building. I think I talk about it almost every time I join Alan's spaces, and he's probably like, oh, here she goes on the coalition kick again. But I've worked in spaces where people didn't want to build a coalition. And what happens? You end up getting two organizations doing similar work in tandem. There's no communication, there's no collaboration between them. It devolves into resource hoarding because they're fighting over the same resources. And it ends up devolving into infighting, which doesn't advance either of the main focuses. And so I'm sorry, I don't mean to like be so lecturing or whatever, but when we're talking about cannabis, when we're talking about, climate issues, these are inherently indigenous issues that require indigenous knowledge. And I'm just really wary when I keep hearing about, well, we need to commercialize this. This is what the science says. This is what this says. And I'm like, what do the people that have used it for a millennia say? And why are they not a part of the conversation? And I'll stop there and get off my soapbox.
Oh, I think that's more than relevant. Thank you so much, Wind. I do want to recognize there's this is, I think, the third year of the National Indigenous Cannabis Summit that's going to be happening in DC. My good friend Hunter Buffington and Mary Jane Oatman are two Indigenous women leading that conference, and they are amazing women and really doing a lot of the work and coalition building and collaborating that you mentioned.
Where does that conference take place?
I'm going to post a link right as soon as I get done.
Yeah.
And I just also want to, this is a topic so dear to my heart. We in our other rooms, when we are focused on industrial hemp, and remember, guys, there's many varieties of cannabis. So when we're talking about, environmental terpenoid production, and Paul's talking about hundreds of acres, thousands, millions of acres that need to be grown, we're talking about industrial hemp, which is the low THC cannabis variety that produces just the same amount as, of terpenes and everything else that, regular high THC cannabis does. It just provides other functions, that are more industrial in use. But 80%, this is a mind-blowing fact I just want to throw out there, and then I'm going to be quiet. 80%, I believe, of the arable farmland in the United States is owned by the indigenous tribes. So that right there should be, this has been my rally cry to the cannabis hemp community, is that we need to do exactly what Wynn just said, start aligning, listening, and working with the very people who truly have much of what we need, right? The land and also sovereignty to do our thing. So I think there's definitely a huge opportunity there for these two communities to start aligning more, and it's happening.
Absolutely. And Wynn brings comfort. She can't hear me, but she's just, maybe she can't hear me. She's absolutely, I've enjoyed her speeches and thoughts the last couple of weeks so much. Really, really good stuff. We do have just a ton of hands here. We're going to start with
Has been waiting for a while. Let's let him go.
Rob, right? Rob is next.
Honeycomb.
Rob was before Honeycomb even. So
okay,
Rob,
Honeycomb, you can be after Rob. I think Honeycomb's been texting me. I just want to make sure we get to him.
if Rob can hear me, they can't hear me anymore. Rob, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine as long as you speak.
What's on your mind, man? What's happening?
No, I was just gonna sort of reinforce a lot of what, that last gal said. And, I don't want to give people the impression, that I'm using this for fun or anything. This is for a pain reliever for me. And and I didn't want. I mean, you never know who's listening in these rooms, and I don't want to give anybody the wrong impression or anything. And if I did or misled you, I apologize. But I mean, because the younger generation, to me is very, very important. And this world is changing, and climate change is definitely real. And Mother Nature is going to do whatever it wants, and we got to roll with it or get rolled over. And I don't think that human beings are 100% the cause of climate change. I think that we play a part in it.
Well, do you think that fossil fuels burning fossil fuels create climate change?
Well, I mean, I think about when they talk about the dinosaurs and stuff.
No, but answer my question. If we burn fossil fuels and make carbon dioxide, does that increase global temperatures?
I would say, yeah, that it does.
It's actually established climate science.
I'm all for the, I like the idea of the electric cars and stuff like that, but I think that if we really want to save, our communities, we got to do just like what that last gal said. And I'm following her, and I'm thinking, even though I'm an old guy, I know I can learn some new tricks. And, we got to come together. We got to call out the bullshit. We got to call out the crimes that we see. And we got to keep an eye on the hen house, meaning that the ones that are in charge, there's got to be the overseers of the ones that are in charge. And the overseers would be the public.
Why don't you come back?
Is precedence of the proper terminology as a artifact of faith with sacramental use. That is canna. So cannabis and all these others is that they're all hemp, Henry Edward, Mary Philip, Elizabeth, cannabis, marijuana, all that. It's all like Wind was talking, restraint levels by a governing head. The land, yes, the indigenous have it. The plant growing of it, yes, it's the solution. Food, fuel, clothing, building materials, homes, by the planet and the plant for the plant and the planet. And we are able to really build these things with the biodensity factory that Paul was talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
Why? Why? It creates the garbage, the biomass garbage that, let's say, California, I'm talking something specific right now because I'm going to lead into another project.
Oh,
California's, what would the cost be for waste removal and all of the emittance added into, and all of these things, when done properly, could be paid for their garbage. It doesn't matter what it is, just any commercial grow. Doesn't matter, anywho, the plant. It makes biographene, graphene oxide. That is robotics, supercomputers. That is the future. It is like what Wynn said, a technology. You called it so well. It is a technology in so many methods and manners. But how to use it properly has been lost because the plant loves us. It's conformed to it. People have stepped away from it. And now it's doing things that are garbage. Like Kim was talking of water. Yeah, people are growing garbage plants. They're homogenized, bastardized genetics that's ran through with the intent growth level of profits. So yeah, that plant does exactly what we've asked of it. Now, learning in the levels of how to let it communicate with and be of in that regenerative aspect, like Alex was talking, working with all of these different groups. I get to be a bridge. It's been a fucking battle. Sorry for the French. It has been a battle, but I've got thick dented armor. I know the roles of where it's at, and blessed to be here. And just because I've got the opportunity to learn, but then what? So we're talking of the then what? It's building this level on a transparent ledger that is blockchain. All right. AI is here. It can make or break the world and its levels of the indigenous and the youth and everyone of good intent using it. So I've got a thing called, and this is, I don't like to show, but generational learning. We've got generational learning labs, 50-year age gap difference learning, focused in that young with the old, and with all of it having an indigenous wisdom guidance level. So when like the things you were talking, ooh, you're making my skin tingle. So thank you. But in what's going on in California, a surge facility that's because it's embraced cannabis as its technology, but also the money that's been made because those that work so hard to navigate, especially California, the schools have a lot of money and they don't know what to do with it. So they're looking for the solutions. So a surge facility is strategically utilizing resources to guarantee equity is the acronym, and it is a stationary facility to be built from pre-K to post after college boarding house virtual entanglement through blockchain and an interaction of virtual and augmented education tied in with stream, we call it, because it's science, technology, research should be in there, engineering's art and mathematics. And this has sprung out to many people across the globe, but because they support cannabis, because they at least recognize a certain benefit. When you can, the amount of how many lives can be saved with the oil producing plant. We talked about they all make terpenes, they all do, but they all have a purpose. And we won't get into the holy anointing oil and how deep it really goes and how it's a weight and measurement is what hemp. That's what canna is. And how deep it really goes. We'll bring in Joshua Robert Castaneda, Rev JC. When that time comes, we could talk on climate, because better people make a better planet, makes better climate, but all of it, every small component is important. But combining all of these with AI, with the events that are to it, because there's huge events. I play in a lot of the augmented reality, virtual reality, extended reality is the whole umbrella of all of these new, and then of course mixed reality. But there's a lot of new things that are here that connects us all, that's in this same phone that we're talking on, this space, or the computer you're looking in.
Right, honeycomb. We're talking crisis here. We are a club. We have 127 members from 27 nations. Most of us think we're in a severe environmental crisis, and
100%.
we are bridge making. I'm actually the specialist in coalition building around here. I'm the guy. I reach out to everyone, and a lot of good stuff there. We got a lot of hands today, so I want to keep moving along. And Andrea out there in Singapore, our dear friend with her heavy metal sons, always on my mind, actually, this weird digital life. How you doing, Andrew? What's up? How's it going?
I'm doing great, and really loving this conversation. And I am in the place of on the planet that is so fucking uptight when it comes to anything to do with marijuana that it's crazy, right?
If I could interrupt you for a second, Wind, can you now hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, anyway, Andrea, Singapore, they're uptight about marijuana.
Oh, mate, you don't go there. And so anyway,
What would they do to you if they caught you?
Oh, mate, seriously, it's like it's a really big deal. So some friends of mine. So there were two couples, two friends of mine. One of them, so the couples kind of crossed paths where the husband of one and the wife of the other got together, and then the husband of the rejected side, when one of them. they wouldn't have been arrested. And they hadn't actually left the airport. They were still at the airport, and they had a lot of heroin strapped to their body and stuff. But technically, they had not moved into Singaporean territory, and they were executed. And mate, Singapore doesn't like that attention. So if you're going to smoke drugs in Singapore, if you're going to do drugs in Singapore, be a white person because you're going to be a lot better off. But than being an Asian person. But like it's so profound here. Like, you know, I don't even speak to my mates who are Asian about drugs in Singapore because their mind has been completely altered. There's no conversation to be had. It's a bad thing, right? And it goes back to the jazz movement. It goes back to the blues movement. You know, and fuck, America did an amazing job. They did a really fucking amazing job. They convinced the world. But you know, Singapore had a big opium problem before it became a nation. And so they obviously had to get a little bit serious about dealing with drugs, but I do think that marijuana, the whole cannabis thing, I think it's a huge opportunity from a medical perspective, from an environmental perspective. So I'm really happy to see so many people in this community are talking about it. So thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. As always, I am a big time substance abuser, alcoholic. I've been sober for 16 years. 30 years ago, I was wandering around the Greek hills, harvesting poppies. You know, you slit the poppy, and then that white juice pours out, and then you scrape it and you smoke it. I've been there. I pretty much would do every drug I could get my hands on for decades, and some. Hardcore, yes. I lived with hardcore punk rockers in New York, including Ray, a founding member of Agnostic Front, the leader of Warzone. Yeah, and somehow I survived. I did all the drugs you could think of, except crystal meth for whatever reason. I did them all. And what I want to know, Andrea, are you drinking Cointreau? That's
Of course, and you know, like, yeah, of course I've been to a 50th birthday party tonight and I've had a few wines.
Nice.
Yeah, I've just had my first contrast. I'm going to have my second, and soon I'm going to fall apart. But you know, but when it comes to drugs, you know, the only drug I've ever enjoyed is pot.
Yeah.
I have a major reaction to anything with fentanyl or Sudafed in it, so I'm not really interested. But the other thing about pot is it makes you like, fuck, it makes you think, you know, like, wow, there's a drug we don't want in the world because if people can think, fuck, we can't control them, right? So I've never like I really understand that people kind of go down lots of different paths in life. Like I think brilliant, whatever. As long as you're doing no harm, I don't give a fuck what you do, right?
Right.
But the only thing that really ever worked for me is pot.
Well, do you think that Joel's still awake, or do you think Joel's passed out by now? They had lots of sports down under today. They were very excited about. I didn't know what they were talking about. Melbourne and Sydney were, you know, fighting each other.
They're always fighting each other.
Yeah, they don't like Sydney or Melbourne friends. It's way beyond my pay grade. Anyway, Andrea, let's get to these hands. They've all been waiting a long time. Hopefully you'll be awake when we come around again. And Pup, if you can hear me, Pup, we'd love to hear your comments.
Yeah, well, first comment is I was a teenager long ago. I've raised a couple of teenagers, and I've raised a couple of grandkids that are teenagers. And you're not going to control them. Wins was right. They're going to do what the fuck they want to when they want to. sometimes just out of rebellion, even when they know it's not a good choice. So, controlling and teaching teenagers, and they only go bad when you don't teach, the parents are at fault. Fuck off. Second point, anybody, anytime, and this is personal. So, take it with a grain of salt. Anytime somebody chimes in and says, I've worked with Native communities, the first thing that pops into my mind is, I've got a friend that's black and I'm not prejudiced. So that sends up a big red flag in my mind. Maybe you have worked with Native communities. Spiffy doodle, have at it. It's not something you brag about. And it really just kind of makes me not want to fucking listen to you. Regarding the usage of pot, dude, I carried a Q level clearance from the Department of Energy, handled 475 kiloton nuclear weapons. You really didn't want me having drugs in my system. That would be a really bad choice. Something that could wipe out the Twin Cities with one warhead. You really don't want me at any point in time using pharmaceuticals, especially illicit pharmaceuticals. There's a reason that if they do drug testing in the military, and I am absolutely all in favor of it. I don't want the guys that are handling nuclear weapons smoking dope. Bad combination. Convince me otherwise. Anyway, now, regarding usage of deregulation, legalization of pot, dude, 18 and above, have at it. You get to make your own decisions, and you get to be responsible for those decisions. Below the age of 18, as a minor, nope, sorry, you're not an adult yet. And even at 18, I can absolutely guarantee you, as an adult male, I didn't make any even remotely reasonable decisions until I was 25. So 18 is, even in my mind, kind of pushing it for legalize it. When you should be allowed to go do it. Now, am I in favor of legalizing pot? Absolutely. Absolutely. If people are going to get high, period, end of line. I do. Occasionally, not very often anymore, but I do. And, people are going to get high. They're going to find a way to do it. You don't throw them in jail because they want to go out and cop a buzz with anything. Now, drive a car while you're intoxicated? Nope. Sorry, because now you're endangering my life and other people's lives. If you're going to use it responsibly. If you can't, then you belong behind bars. And at that, I'll get off my fucking horse and shut the fuck
Thank
up.
you, Rev. Sorry, can I just say one thing? I completely agree with you about the age of consent. I'm from Canada. Cannabis is legal here. You have to be 19 years old to walk into a cannabis store at your local mall or, just down the street in the neighborhood. You can get it delivered to your house. I think we view cannabis as much like alcohol in that, we shouldn't be operating vehicles or be overindulging as well, because it is something that people can develop addictions to.
Thanks, Kim. And thanks, Pop, as always. I believe Proud Blue was up next.
Yeah,
Hi.
thank you. Hi. I wanted to get back to Wind and what she offered, or they, I'm not sure of your pronouns, Wind, what they offered to this. And I think a lot of it, for me, what I heard was glossed over. I think, Pup, you touched on it a little bit in terms of, people just talking to indigenous communities and learning from them isn't enough. I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wind, I would love to hear your feedback on this, is that this is actually a civil rights issue. And until we as a country and as a world see a paradigm shift in how we treat one another and how we have treated one another in the past, there is no technology that will solve the climate crisis. And that the growth of this plant was in fact stolen by our government and by so many other governments across the world. And that in some sense, reparations is needed, healing is needed. And that even when we talk about the industrial growth of hemp, that doesn't shift our blame away from the fact that our country has stolen this from our indigenous peoples. So I feel, Wind, that what you said just had so much strength and power. Also, let me say that thank you for saying I am speaking now, because that really got me off my couch and made me a happy woman. But I just think there's so much power in what Wind said, and I felt like it needed to be addressed more.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate the acknowledgement. I wanted to respond to what you're saying about, and this is what, I'm not sure if it was Rev or the speaker before him was saying, that they get the heebie-jeebies when someone's like, well, I worked with Native communities, but they're not anywhere there.
As long as we're not angry, as long as we still got my love, we both know the string is always ready. Together dance for all the degradation in this land. Dance with me, together dance. As disorientated as you can. Did God give tongues so that Morgentanz. Solange wir noch können. Der Baum steht schon lange da, mein Schatz. Er wartet nur darauf, dass wir uns trennen. Der Baum steht schon da, mein Schatz. Ein wunderschöner Baum, um sich zu erhängen.
It's all got to stop. All the neocolonialism has to stop. I've had white supremacists after one of these meetings write me and telling me I got to shut up about colonization. And that whoever that guy was, that inspired me double time. My guy Mong, he tells me I turn my back on all the white people, and I guess I do, and that's fine. I'm really, really happy when Red Cloud calls me brother, when Lakota Man calls me brother. I actually am really, really happy. I'm proud that I chat with Lost Sioux. He laughs. It's all good. And that's very, very important to me. And I am 10th generation English American colonizer settler. Somehow I'm here. Somehow I'm hosting a climate space. But it's really, really important to me. And I also see it as critical to any kind of climate solution. Listening to our indigenous friends, appreciating the gift of their words and language that they want to give to us. As Pop has told us, they have, Pop and the indigenous people have no reason to trust the white people whatsoever. Zero. Any kind of bargain, any kind of deal, any kind of trade, there is zero reason to trust any of us, and that's very clear, very honest. All that said, we still the Euro science, the traditional science, and the indigenous knowledge all has to come together to get to climate environmental solutions. There's no other way to do this. So again, I do really appreciate so much Red Cloud and everyone, all our indigenous friends who participate, and we're going to just keep moving forward. We have lots of hands, and our friend Kevin from New York is up next.
Alex,
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
I just wanted to chime in real quick about they write down the language and then they want to charge us to use our own goddamn language. It's even worse than that, in that once they write this down and want to charge us for it, then what happens is, in the process of quote quote transcription, they change the meaning of the words. And the most notable one that sticks out in my mind is the word Wasichu. They softened that one up, and it just pisses me off to no end. You're going to change our language. You're going to whitewash it, white being spelled WHYTE, and then you're going to try and sell us back to it. Oh, you have no idea how much that pisses me off. And at that, once again, I'll get off my fucking horse and shut up.
Thanks, Pop. And that is profound. They take your language and then they charge you. That's a typical colonial behavior, typical Roman behavior, and we've seen it endlessly and gone on about endlessly. Thank you, Pop. That was profound. But anyhow, let's move on and hear from our friend Kevin. How's it going, Kevin, today?
Pretty good. I mean, I didn't come up here to talk or mention Kimberly Teehee, but it kind of angered me a little bit because she wasn't even considered until 2022, and the issue of that treaty was, I think, as far back as the 1800s, and so the anger is gonna be there. The U.S. government basically lies. They lie all the time, and she hasn't even been given her seat, her designee seat. It's to be determined even to this day. So there's a lot of bullshit. Um, yeah, well, Wynn gets it. I mean, she would get it. Um, I'm from Arizona, so it's gonna. There's just gaslighting. There's gaslighting to the nth degree. But the thing I was, I hate to say, more curious about was I was wondering if the idea behind taking the plants and trying to, I guess, crowd them in these like deforested areas would have a benefit on the surrounding trees. Would take away from the trees the growth, or would maybe accelerate the growth?
Right. There's
Yeah.
agroforestry we've talked about a lot, where you incorporate some trees in with the agriculture. And one of the Western business, neoliberal capitalism, is always trying to do monocultures, just grow one plant and max it out. And that's a terrible way to treat the earth, to treat the soil. So we've discussed that a lot. Our African pals are often very interested in agroforestry. Then you can also incorporate solar panels in with that and start getting some solar punk realities. Lots of topics. Let's hear from Sandra in Michigan, also U.S. Navy. Hi, Sandra.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to circle back and add a little bit of a context to the discussion around teenagers and addiction. I'll be brief, okay? So not all not recreation stuff, but real substance use disorder stuff. The vast majority of addiction is rooted in trauma, all right? And a lot of this trauma is not even visible, all right? My son was my son he's on the Asperger spectrum, and he also has ADHD. He also has substance use disorder and some kind of math dyslexia, okay? Currently, I just want to start out by saying currently he is in residential rehab and he wants to be there. He's making great progress there. It's been 10 years of this. In the last 1 year, it has gotten to the point where Narcan has saved my son's life 4 times, okay? And he's had CPR administered twice, OD'd on heroin twice, but his drug of choice was meth. All right, I have been through everything you can possibly be through with these drugs, okay? And I just want to mention that because of my son's Asperger's and because of his other kind of, everybody's different, especially when you start getting in the neurodivergent area, which is more and more, right? I even have a touch of that Asperger's. I do have ADHD, but anyway, there's trauma because the way I spoke, the way my husband and I spoke to him, he did not interpret it the way it was intended. It was trauma inflicted on him in various ways. And I didn't even discover that until about 6 months ago. All right. And it took us a lot of hard mindfulness analyzing to really understand. I had to completely not, I was like, it wasn't my fault, but then I had to really have a mindful discussion with my son. We had to explore the trauma from his perspective. And when you do that, we were able to heal this wound and we were able to actually change the way we talk to each other so that it's proper and gentle and not, accusing, guilt, or anything. So I just wanted to add that there are conditions where children can, or young adults, he's 24 now, young adults can reach for drugs, and it's not if it's, anyway, I think I should stop talking.
Thank you, Sandra. And as I say, I've had serious substance abuse problems in my own life. Addiction is just next to impossible. And oddly, most of the environmentalists I've run into here on X or Twitter have not had substance abuse problems. It's not common among this group. But it is incredibly difficult, and you're doing a great job to just hang in there and keep going. It sounds like things are going well generally. We are all hoping for that Harris victory and a little bit of the sun coming up and some more positive days to make all these things just easier for everyone. And I'm still thinking over Pup's words. I mean, it's the 500 years after Columbus have not gone well. We've discussed it out so many times. It's got to be better, or there will be no more nation, no more United States if we can't get our act together and treat everyone kindly with decency. Listen to everybody, So. Our friend Puppy is in the Pacific Northwest, one of the great areas of this land. And her is it your son-in-law? Is he environmental engineer? Hi, go ahead.
Oh, well, environmental engineer? No, not me, but
Son or your son-in-law?
oh, yeah, I've got scientists. Yeah, he's an aerosol engineer, professor. Anyway, yeah, climate change is real. Anyway, hi everyone. Hi Alex.
Hi.
It's really lovely to be with you today. Here where I am, we've had sunny days, then torrential rain, then sun. I've been keeping an eye, and part of my heart is with the people of Appalachia and all the people who are undergoing this battering with Hurricane Michelle. I really appreciated hearing from your friend in the space. I forgot her name, but I followed her. I have a lot, friends down there. I've really gotten into the old time and bluegrass music community. I'm on a music board in my state. And just cultural exchanges. There's something that went on somewhere down there, the IBMA International Bluegrass Music Award. I mean, I think of what she shared about and also I was alive. There was a huge hurricane here. They called it's the Columbus Day storm. I know I hate that, but that's what it was, like October 13, 1961 or 2 as a kid. And I remember seeing it like trees roll up the street. And we kids, I'm going to go out and play. My mom, no. And I don't know, really hurricanes, but thinking that's going to become the norm now. But I do remember all the work and from here in the Pacific Northwest, when we have fires, we have floods, often roads are blocked, and it's a huge, massive communal effort, as you know, to clear all of that. And I'm thinking of all of the workers. I've got a cousin's adult son who recently relocated 2 or 3 years ago down to Jacksonville, Florida, and he's learning to become a lineman. And he talked about the thousands of workers, with outages. So there's a lot of work. There's a lot of harm happening. And I hope this can be an event, especially torrential floods, Asheville and those places. They've never seen anything like it. So maybe they can be going, wait, I didn't know this was going to hit us. And as we know, it's, anyway, I don't want to just go on and on. I very much appreciated Win and Pup this conversation, and I'm crying now because what the last speaker said. I have lived. I think that was Sandra. I'm crying. This frank discussion of neurodivergence, of drug use, of teens.
Yeah.
I just had the privilege of spending the night with my kiddo who went through that. She's 33 now, and I'm very vigilant about the pandemic. She lives trying to get her career. Anyway, we did a birthday celebration, and she insisted on staying with me and saying, Mom, I can't live this far away from you. And she basically was telling me what a touchstone I am, and I revere her. We really are best friends. And it started with the horror that was her teenage years, which were some of the hardest years I had to go through. And I had to really dig down and do work and get through it. And I couldn't be prouder of her. And she's sober from alcohol now by her own, for like 3.5 years. And it's so huge. and she does love, the weed, but, anyway, so I hope I'm not violating her confidence in any way, but I also wanted to say, Wynn, thank you so much for being in this space. I posted an article down in the Pill about, and when your friend says quit talking about colonization, maybe you could direct them to the murder of indigenous environmental leaders, land keepers, which is happening continuously. And the article that I posted was from Al Jazeera, and I'll just read the first line. In January 2022, Brian David Kukuname, a 14-year-old indigenous Colombian activist, was shot dead in Colombia's southwestern department of Cacao. And, I don't want to teach you because I'm learning, but this is real. This is happening now. Indigenous people, the lands that should be more, but have been and are literally are the guardians of our land, and extraction capitalism, part of, the attempted genocides is for extraction, like when said, but it's not like this is a historical past that we just need to, I agree with but it occurs to me, shouldn't the environmental movement, and it likely is already being led, but shouldn't we who don't know that yet, which I include me, I'm a baby, be following the lead of our indigenous activists and protecting them and backing them and take the lead there? Those are my thoughts, and thanks so much.
Yeah, no doubt whatsoever. Congratulations for your daughter. 3 years without a drink is excellent work. I'm at 16 years. It's easily the hardest thing I've ever done by far. And as an environmental leader, I've been saying for decades, protecting the land protectors. That's who I am. I'm here to protect land protectors who then go ahead, the indigenous people that do protect the land. There are hundreds of environmental activists that get killed every year. Mexico, Colombia, particularly. We've discussed this repeatedly around the world. It's a dangerous business. That's part of why I do what I do from the safety of Massachusetts, because I know I'm completely safe. My town hasn't had a murder in over 50 years. It's one of the safest places in the world. There literally hasn't been a war here in hundreds of years. We think it's probably been the safest place in the world, in the entire world, over hundreds of years. All this said, I could chat on for hours, but I am looking forward to bringing Wynn back into the discussion. She is in the beautiful state of Nevada, the incredible desert and land out there. So I am looking forward to hearing what Wynn contributes next. I can't imagine, when I get to know people better, I can start to predict what they're going to talk about. But Wynn, go ahead by all means. Hi.
Hi, thanks again. I really just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge both Sandra and Puppy for having the strength to be vulnerable enough to share, the struggles they deal with their family. And I'm pausing for a second because, that's very profound. It takes so much strength to acknowledge that, hey, my family's not perfect. We struggle with this, but we work through it. We do it through love. We find, the light at the end of the tunnel. And specifically with what Sandra was talking about with regard to her neurodivergent son, I might sound like a very, well-polished speaker and stuff like that at times, but I'm autistic, and it's tough when you're someone like me that is good at masking it, at hiding it, because people overlook that. And, sometimes I get overwhelmed, and sometimes my processing is slow, and people forget that. And then, it just gets convoluted in a weird way. But one thing Sandra really said that I think would behoove all of us to practice more is listening to hear and understand. She wouldn't have made those breakthroughs with her son unless she had done that. And fundamentally, people that are neurodivergent, we process the world differently, and we also communicate differently. For some people, that's, you know, that's one of their strengths. For others, you know, especially like nonverbal relatives, you know, it might be perceived as a weakness. Personally, like, this is, I always go on like Wynn's conspiracy theories. I kind of feel like we all are kind of given like the same amount of talent when we come into this world, but it's in different, we have different strengths and weaknesses. And where I learned, like, probably one of the most profound realizations I had is when I was teaching, and I had a special education student in my robotics class. And one state I worked in, they would tell you exactly what a student's diagnosis was, which was really helpful, because as a teacher, then you kind of have an idea of where they're going to struggle, where they need support. But in Nevada, they don't do that. They just tell you that the student has an IEP. So it's up to you to either connect with the parent or ask the student, you know, like, what exact support do you need? And I had this student, and I said, well, you know, are you better at math or are you better at English? And he was like, I'm not really good at either of them. And it was interesting because I was like, okay, I'm not sure what he's been diagnosed with. He probably has slow processing in both. What can I do to support him? And then I remember one day he started coming after school because he wanted to work on my robotics stuff. And I would always ask him, how are you getting home? And because I was worried about him walking home alone. And he said, oh, my mom will come and get me. And so I said, okay. And so I let him use the phone one day. Like, he had a cell phone, but it was dead. I let him use the phone one day to call his mom. And I was surprised that he spoke Spanish to her. And it made me smile, because it's like, you know, that's a very useful skill, being bilingual. And a lot of these students in my classes are constantly translating for their parents. And when you're translating for your parent that doesn't speak English, a lot of times you're translating very high level language. You're translating medical forms. You're translating legal forms. That's a marketable skill. And I looked at this student thinking like, wow, this student has this amazing skill set. And I wonder how many people even are aware of it. And as time went on, I found out, I gave him like a manual to build a robot because he was behind, because he had slow verbal processing. And I found that all I had to do was show him a picture, and any picture of a robot that was already completed, he could replicate it like fast, like within a day or two. And so I'm going down this long-winded road to say it's important to be patient with people, because something you view as a weakness might actually be a strength, and you might be blind to the strengths people have. But until you actually sit down and listen and really hear what they're saying, and that's another thing, like, you know, spirit can speak through a lot of people at a lot of different times, and it's important to listen. One thing I learned is spirit tends to speak through people that are easily dismissed, so you really have to be patient and have your ears on. But yeah, I mean, I really just wanted to acknowledge Sandra and Puppy, because it's hard to admit those things. And when you're vulnerable and you show that, you know, these people exist, it becomes tangible. It becomes different from a politician standing on a stage saying, oh, a better world's possible, recovery is possible. And it's when you can't relate and you're like, you've never been through that, you don't know what you're talking about, it's not real. So thank you for making the stories of your family and your children real. And thank you for giving hope to anyone else that might be struggling either individually or with their family. These stories are important. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you. I'm a little embarrassed, but I do want to add, that my son also was nonverbal in elementary school with strangers, right? And it was just, there were a lot of flags and a lot of things that I should have picked up on, but I was too busy work, because I was the breadwinner and my husband was a stay-at-home dad. So yeah, it's incredibly difficult to deal with addiction, period, let alone when you're trying to understand where it comes from. And it's been a long journey. It's been extremely painful. I'm still processing the trauma from last fall, but thank you. Thank you so much. Your words are very encouraging.
Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to comment on with addiction, and this was something I told my students, is one thing I've learned about addiction, and I'm talking about every type of addiction, whether it's video games or sex or exercise, things people don't consider to be addictive but can be, like we have workaholics in the US especially, is almost every time at the heart of an addiction is someone that is isolated and very lonely. And so that's why I go back to the importance of really listening and connecting to people, because sometimes, like, if they get lost, just talking to people and being in that connection, then they forget that it's time to go drink. When it's chemical dependency, that's different. But just building those connections between each other is so important, and it just feels like society doesn't make time for that anymore.
That is correct. And Sandra is relatively new to the Spaces game. So thank you, Sandra, for joining all of us. I'm addicted to Spaces now, as are many of the others. And I'm really glad you've joined us. You can see how these spaces can be useful in many, many ways. And those of us who are trying to develop spaces, improve them, create them, do something with them. Oliver and I and Kim and others, 2 years ago, we put together this climate club and this space to improve global environmentalism, to improve this earth, the air, the land, the plants, the animals, the water. The ocean is 71% of this planet's surface, and the ocean's pH has gone up. Well, it's gone from 7.7 to 7.6. So the ocean itself, the entire ocean, the Atlantic, the Antarctic, the Arctic, the Indian, the Pacific, all those oceans, their pH has gone up 0.1 from 7.7 to 7.6. The oceans have gotten a little more acidic because there's more carbon in the air, and the whole chemical process has acidified the ocean. When I found that out, I got a complete climate shock. There are these facts you get about environmentalism or awarenesses that produce climate shock, a form of trauma. People are literally traumatized by learning about climate. So Sandra and Puppy shared some deep emotional information, stories, and we appreciate it. It's an act of trust and good stuff. The difficult parts of our lives to carry on against adversity and pain and trauma and struggle, and that's what we do. A part of our club setup is supporting each other. Different ones of our club members have bad days, bad times. We're there to support them when they have the bad days and celebrate with them when they have the good days. So I want to get back to Kevin, Kevin is in Joel's chat. I don't know why Kevin's in Joel's chat, but I'm happy to listen to Kevin. He seems completely reasonable. And what's up, Kevin? What's going on?
I don't know how I ended up in Joel's chat either. He added me.
I am, I'm number 2 in Joel's chat. I've been there the second longest somehow. And that means if he leaves a chat, I take over.
We started like kind of as buddies, like trolling misinformation scoundrels. So I think he just got a kick out of it, and then he threw me in there, so against my will.
Right. Well, it's an amazing place to make connections, and I think Joel's probably asleep now because he's not responding. But I'm glad you're there and here, and go ahead with whatever you'd like to say.
I was curious because someone is gonna have the head knowledge that I can't finish this with. One of my neighbors grew up next to, I think it was the Jefferson Proving Grounds, where they were dumping all that toxic waste and pollution, and it affected a lot of the neighborhoods in the area. That might have been in like Indiana, but I heard that recently, I think it might have been the Army is trying to kind of use what they lichens to fix what they screwed up, basically, which is kind of hilarious. But is it true, someone here will probably know this, that it is possible to take certain species of lichens to clear toxins in the air and the ground.
I haven't heard that one. Lichens are the Earth's largest organism, the widest. I can't. I think it's in Canada. Thing's 1,000 miles long or something. And then we have Superfund sites all over the place, right, in the United States, that are really, really bad. We'll have to research the lichens and their abilities. We certainly hear about bacteria cleaning up waste and plastic. We file that under the technology wing, but
Jim,
we'll have to look. I
Jim,
don't know if
Jim
yeah.
might know,
Jim
and also
knows
John.
everything. Yeah.
John might know as well. They're both kind of like.
He would be interested. Yeah.
What do you think?
We put it on the agenda and we research it and see what we come up with.
Yes.
I've only heard of like fungal being used like that for like radioactive sites, so seems plausible though.
Yeah, I heard the fungal one. It was just, I was at breakfast with my neighbor and he's like, Kevin, you got to look into lichens. Lichens they're using it now to fix the environment. And I was like, oh, is he going on a rant?
Not necessarily.
I do know.
Not
Yeah.
necessarily. There could be
I
something
do
in that
know
one.
that-
Yeah,
that-
you got to check out Paul Stamets' video on, I think, 6 ways mushrooms can save the planet. It's amazing.
Yeah.
The only
Lichens-
thing I know about them is that caribou eat them in the winter. That's one of their main sources of food.
Yeah. And
Mycelium is the underground network for all the
100%.
life and
Well, everything, all the
bacteria and
trees,
soil,
all the wood.
everything.
Yeah, everything. The whole forest.
They can feel your
basically.
footsteps miles
Mm.
away. It's incredible. Paul Stamets, he's an amazing mushroom expert.
Lichen is the last thing that the polar explorers would eat to survive. It's supposed to be one of the worst tasting food there
I always
is.
think of werewolves. Lichen. Yeah.
You don't think that a Franklin expedition? I am reading Kim Stanley Robinson's Antarctica right now, just about life in the Antarctic. The research facilities and what goes on there. We do discuss ministry for the future
Absolutely,
here.
yeah. Fascinating author. One day we'll get him on
Yes.
here. One day he'll visit us. It'll be a big day. That.
He might be our top target as a guest here, and we could say we're a ministry for the future book club.
We are.
Is an alternative. Yeah,
We
that's
are.
all we are.
We exactly are.
Yeah. Kim Stanley Robinson's a 70-year-old American writer, sci-fi writer out of California. And I don't know. I think Pup is up next. Hey, Pup. What's up? If you can hear me.
Yeah, I'm driving and I had to hit the button. Let me close the window so you can hear me. Regarding lichen, the military is using it, and they've also been using biological agents to clean up sites. Also, they engineer the little microbes to go eat shit, basically, and then poop stuff that isn't quite so toxic. But I just, I'm listening to all this go on, and what came to mind was the word ohana. Ohana means family. Family means nobody gets left behind or forgotten. And ohana. We're ohana. Get over it. Anyway, that's all I had.
Thanks,
That's
Paul.
fantastic.
Fantastic. Yeah. I'm going right to Andrea next. She was up next before she disappeared. Hi.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Okay, everyone, I need you to listen to me. The world is not America. The world is not the Northern Hemisphere. The world is the world, right? And I'm sitting in the world that you guys don't talk about a lot. And sometimes I fucking love this club. The only reason like Alex, you said earlier, we're all addicted to clubs. I'm not addicted to clubs, but I'm addicted to this club. I love this club. You guys give me, you feel my soul. I don't feel alone. But this part of the world, they're not paying attention. Even though it's the part of the world that's getting so fucked by climate change, they're still not paying attention. Like, so, I was really appreciating the conversation around children and with special needs, because I've got one of them. He's going to turn 18 soon, and we've been trying to work out what the fuck do you do with a child the world doesn't understand. You know, I'm going through all of that, but the main thing as a parent is every time my children bring up climate change, I say to them, don't worry about climate change, I'm going to sort it out. And at some point, very, very soon, I can't believe they haven't caught me out yet. They're going to say, "Hey, hey, mum, yeah, you're not sorting it out, right?" But basically, what I'm trying to do is, I want them to get on with their lives, and I want to take the burden off them, right? That's a parent's job, to take a burden off our children, right? But one of the things that I listen to this club and I love about this club, but if you could see what is really happening in this part of the world, the part of the world that you guys aren't living in, so like Jakarta is moving its capital. The deforestation that is happening is fucking mind-bending. Right now, just a couple of weeks ago, there's loads of press. They're deforesting this massive area of Indonesia to plant sugarcane. I have literally driven from Singapore to the north of Thailand, and as I've gone up into the most beautiful cannabis of the rainforest, it's palm oil plantations. But people say to me, "But I'm vegan." I'm like, "Yeah, but you're eating." There's a concept called chip vegan, right? But if you're eating chips from your local fish and chip shop, you're part of the deforestation problem, right? So, but on the other side of the street is like, so first of all, there's what's happening, but on the other side is this is an area of the world that is so excited about the future, and I can't, as a person living here, I'm kind of looking at it going, are you guys like fucking not getting the message? Like, are you really not getting the message? And it's an area of the world they're so new to the opportunities of the middle class. They're so it's. I took a photo tonight. The back of a shop house. So a shop house in Singapore is a traditional kind of building, right? And I took a photo. I haven't shared it yet, but it's the back of a shop house. These shop houses never used to have air conditioning units, and now there's like the photo I took tonight. There's like 50 of them. So like the largest population on the planet is in this part of the world. They're unaware. I don't understand why they're unaware, because the trash is here. It's all here. Like, we are at the front line of the crisis. And so every North American, every European can do everything they want to do the right thing by the world. But I'm living in a part of the world that's just, they're not paying attention. Anyway, as Pup says, I'm going to fuck off and shut up.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. And I don't know, you know, I'm sitting here in luxurious Massachusetts. It's liberal, it's blue. We got legal pot. We're rich. We're educated. We got great health care. You know, the people in the red and blue states give me hell for living here in a lap of luxury. And I am half Greek. I think that's the only thing that saves me. Greece has had a very difficult time. They're on
But
yeah,
Alex,
sure.
don't underestimate some things, right? Healthcare in Asia, awesome. Education in Asia, awesome. Like the basic shit that matters is here. The way Asia dealt with the pandemic, awesome. If the rest of the world paid attention to the way that pandemic was managed in Asia and followed the same rules, we wouldn't be sitting in the situation we're in. Like, there's so much amazing stuff that's going on in this region, but it's also a region that for the last 10 years, 20 years, they're moving into this consumer culture, right? And the government's not saying to them, hey, this isn't good. We shouldn't be doing that. That's the problem, right? So a country like China can say, no, that fast fashion shit needs to go. They haven't done it yet, but the great thing about Asia is those countries can do that. They can do that. They can say, fuck that, you know? And that's one of the things that American and European cultures don't understand. They're totalitarian governments. You know, everyone thinks it's a bad thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It can be a good thing.
Yeah, I have read Jared Diamond, and he does discuss
Oh, yeah.
that. Sure, go ahead.
No, Joe Diamond's awesome. Everyone should read him.
Speaking of somebody we'd like to talk to here, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
But most people would never read him because he's a bit boring. Like, he's a bit
Oh,
academic.
I didn't think he was boring. I was riveted. I thought it was
me
right
too.
at my
Me
alley.
too.
We do have Going South, who is in Greenland of all places. You know, they got some glaciers over there. They got some seals, some Inuit people. I don't know if they have Sonic burgers in Greenland. That's if anybody's following Mike's story with the Sonic burgers, I guess Kim is. I don't know if Going South can hear me. People haven't been able to hear me.
But
Yeah.
Alex,
Yeah.
before
We
we
got
hear from Going,
Maxil Blubber.
Maxil Burger, nice.
Maxil Blubber Burger. Yeah. Basically, a lot of things to catch up on here. Right? So Black Bear News on YouTube is reading the Ministry of the Future at this time, piece by piece. So if you want to tune into him, he's about chapter 10, I think, by now. But you can go back in his archive and listen from chapter 1. And he's also one of my best friends on YouTube. So, you know, it's kind of half doomer, I guess. Also, I guess I'm addicted to watching the ravens and the icebergs by now. You know, if you move to Greenland, there's like 5,000 ravens in the city center in the capital, and icebergs are on the fjord. You know, like every other week, I think. Yeah. But the main thing, I think, there's a silver lining to the oceans getting more acidic, Alex, because surprise, surprise, our oceans are now reversed and started emitting its carbon. You know, after we filled it up with carbon, they started throwing it back at us, like what do you call those sticks down in Australia? You throw the stick away and
Boomerang.
it comes back. Boomerang. Yeah,
Boomerang.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the ocean is starting to throw the carbon back at us, and so that's maybe bad for the atmosphere, but it's good for the ocean. So if I understand the science right, it means that the ocean will get less acidic as it starts emitting, and surprise, surprise, this is caused by our oceans now having reversed and started emitting its carbon with positive tipping point. And it's under-communicated because they don't want you guys to panic. So, but it's a fact. If you read scientific reports about the ocean, it started to throw the carbon back at humans or back at the above water line to the atmosphere. So the silver lining is that our oceans are getting a hell of a lot less acidic by the hour, and this will go on as our civilization keeps on keeping on collapsing. You know, because when we collapse, our CO2 emissions also stop and go to net zero. Thank you. Oh, and healthcare in Greenland, even dental health, these are all 100% free. The Inuit don't have a word for paying for your meds or for your treatment or your hospital bed. So that's an inspiration for America. My father, my long gone father, always used to say, "Yeah, too bad, too sad that America isn't part of a civilized planet, you know, because they don't have healthcare." Yeah, so he was a leftist, even though maybe I'm kind of a neutral because I'm kind of a dark green kind of guy. But my father and most all of my friends, anyway, they're on the far left side, as you would say in America, and we didn't consider the USA as civilized because they didn't pay for or help people with their healthcare. So yeah, that doesn't mean I vote for Kamala because I don't vote in America. But I'm just saying, you know, if you want to be a civilized nation, take care of your people, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Greenland's got an
Thanks.
NHS then. You have an NHS like England, like UK.
We got an NHS times 10,000.
Yes.
Because when you finish with your doctor's appointment and you go to the chemist,
Yep.
if you try to take your wallet up and try to pay for the meds, they just say no.
Very good. That's
Don't do that in here. All your meds are free. Even your if ever you need what do you call that, erectional dysfunction meds.
Oh
Right?
yes,
The blue
Viagra.
pills. Even those are free up here, right? So
Wow.
everything is free.
Well, that's
And as I mentioned, dental care. Your teeth are
Taking care of the
also part of your body.
yeah, that's remarkable.
All
Remarkable.
is free. Yeah.
Erections are free.
Yeah, yeah.
Mate.
Every erection is
Persistently
free.
free.
Every sperm is sacred up here.
No, it's not.
Oh, stop it! I'm gonna start seeing it. But I just want to jump in, like, you know, so the Greenland situation, right? Get it? But oh, fuck! I keep losing my ear thing. So like more than 50% of the world's population is not in Europe, and it's not in North America, and it's not in the Northern Hemisphere, right? And what is happening in this part of the world is catastrophic from a climate perspective, right? So I can join. I love this group. I love this community. Thank you so much, you guys. You guys saved my soul. But I am literally sitting in the part of the world like it's not the Amazon. It's not that, and that's fucked enough, right? It's what is happening in this part of the world. So 32% of the world's middle class is in Asia, and they spend so much more money than any other part of the world, and they don't care. They don't see it. They don't. They literally do not see it. Like I've turned up at events and I've spoken about stuff, and people can't even talk to me afterwards. They can't even look at me afterwards. Like I'm speaking a truth that they're not willing to hear because they're at the beginning of a resurgence of wealth. Like the area I've moved into in Singapore is way out of the city, and this is not considered historically an area that anyone lives. I go out for a walk, I go out for a bike ride. All I see in the driveways, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Bentleys, whatever. I don't give a fuck about cars, right? Like, and a lot of electric vehicles, right? This part of the world, they're not paying attention, you know. And this is the part of the world that really fucking matters. It really fucking matters.
So what can you do,
What
Andrea?
happens?
What can a reference be in order to jog people into seeing the problem? Is it something
Well, so-
historical, perhaps? Is it? I don't really know.
Well,
Is
no,
it,
no. I think it's a really great question,
Mm.
Ola. Right. So first of all, there's a lot of people in the global north feeling very guilty about what they did in the global south. Right. The whole colonization thing. Right. I come from Australia. I'm a convict heritage person. Right. So there's a lot of that. Right. So there's a lot of guilt, and no one wants to fucking confront it. But the other side of the story is so you look at companies like Temu, Cheyenne, even Amazon. Oh my god, everything I do is online. I can't buy something in a shop anymore. Everything's online. There's such a massive amount of work to do in this part of the world to educate people about all that shit you're seeing in the world, all that crazy shit you're seeing. It's because of what we're doing. It's because of what we're buying. And so, but it needs to be cultural, right? It needs to be in their language. It needs to talk to trends. I'll give you one example, right? So for 18 years, we had this amazing woman called Vic working for our family. And so she basically met my first son when he was 6 months old. And by the time we turned up in Phuket, which was 7 years ago, the doorbell constantly rang. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And so I was answering the doorbell and paying whoever turned up. And she was buying clothes. And they were cheap clothes. And she decided to have a uniform, which we never expected and never wanted. And then she bought all these fucking clothes in enormous quantity. And this is a person, when I first met her, never ever bought anything unnecessarily, but her mindset changed, right? And this is the big risk that's happening in the world, right? There's all these people in the world who we are lucky. I'm lucky, and my emissions impact is enormous, and I'm doing everything I can to make up for that because I'm aware of it. But then there's this like 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion people who've been added to the emissions thing, and they don't think about it. They don't. It's a step up. That it's like, and
Yeah, I get you.
it's really
Yeah, I get you totally. They're entering a new.
it's really
yeah,
hard.
yeah. They're entering a new zone in their
'Cause I
life, and they love it, and they just love it, and it's lovely, and it's money, and it's status, and it's fun, and
and
it's plastic, and it's disposable, and it's
fast fashion,
everything.
and you don't want to say, like, come on, don't do that. You
'Cause
can't.
you've done it.
You can't be an arsehole, right? Because you've been the arsehole for 20
Yeah.
years.
40 years.
Right. Well, you're obviously a lot older than I am. But yeah, no, it's like, but this enormous wave has happened in Asia, and just.
I see you dancing. I know you want me. I don't know who you are, but our bodies entwine. Please take me tonight. This feels kinda right. Fill up my mind. I don't know who you are, but our bodies entwine. Please take me tonight. This feels kinda right. I don't know who you are, but our bodies entwine. Please take me tonight. This feels kinda right.
violence, the rape,
Yeah.
I was kind of sitting there going like, why is that where you go in this situation? Like, I just didn't get it,
Mm.
right? But when you're in Asia, right, it's just like, okay, well, we've been dealt this fucking really shit situation that's come together and sorted out. So, there's a lot to be really admired
Yeah,
in this
absolutely.
part
Yeah.
of the world.
But was there a
That I
reset?
don't
Was there a
think.
reset after the tsunami? I mean, was there a tangible difference between before and after, or was it just get on with it, fix it, and keep going sort of thing?
Yeah, I don't think there was a reset.
Oh,
I don't think there was a reset. No, not at all.
carry on.
I think everyone got on with it. Yeah, totally got on with it, and like. Suffering, and as soon as the pandemic was over, there was just this, like, literally
Wow.
16,000 in the area I
Mm.
was living in. So it's not even like this is 4 million people living in Phuket.
Yeah.
I'm like, and they were chopping down slides and people were dying, and I'm like, and all of a sudden it's 40 minutes to take my kids to school. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't want to. I don't want to spend 40 minutes in the car taking my kids to school. So, and the Thai people weren't loving it. No one's loving it.
Mm.
Like,
Well.
and the only people who were happy were these rich Thais that kind of own everything. But I just want to really encourage everyone here. Like, I get the American story, I get the European story. But the real damage that's been done in the world, the real kind of acceleration that's happening in the world, it's happening in Asia. And we're not talking about it. And no one wants to talk about it because everyone wants to be sensitive about it because, we've had a good time for a long time. So therefore we can't talk about it. But this is the problem. And it's a fucking massive problem. And we need to be paying attention to it. So, like, I get the guilt of the Northern Hemisphere, but don't ignore the massive growth that is happening in this part of the world, which is accelerating the crisis. So we have to be very delicate about the way we talk about it. This is not China's problem. This is not India's problem. It's not any of that, right? I fucking hate when people talk about that, right? But we've got a big problem on our hands. But the consumertron of the world is now in Asia. 32% of the world's middle class is in Asia. And they fucking love spending money. And they're buying cars and fridges and bigger apartments and everything. And I can't blame them. But we can't afford that many people buying that.
Hi,
So, anyway.
Andrea. I really appreciate everything you're saying, and I love that you're giving us a viewpoint from Asia, because often we don't hear from people that live in Asia. In Canada are that different from people in Asia. Of a greater level of climate understanding of people you know, people see the icebergs melting and the ice sheets melting, and they hear about the horrible floods and the hurricanes that are just hitting the southern U.S. In the last 24 hours. But I don't think a lot of people are making the connection between those events and what's causing it. They don't have a level of understanding. If they do, they might not.
And that's the problem, right?
Yes.
We got, you know, and I think, you know, as a club, what's it? To help people in it who are Asian, because I can't share this message in Asia. I need to find Asians who can
At
what we all
people,
need.
we need to bark at people like Rafa.
I don't know, do we? It doesn't work.
Well, no, I mean
it
that was
doesn't
just
work very
that was
well.
just me being opportunistic. Because Rafa
Yeah.
barked in the background. I do think if people won't get it in the long run, it isn't just about giving them information. There is quite a lot of teaching involved, I think. And that's my own. I'm coming to the
Yeah.
conclusion that it may be the banding at the same time. And in other words, they will want teaching. You know,
Yeah, I want to get the hands.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I'm
Yeah.
host. I'm obsessed with hands. My father drew hands. Who is next in line? And I don't know about the rest of you, but I have enjoyed Earth Punk's contributions the last few weeks. So Earth, if you can hear me, go ahead, man. Hi.
Hey guys, how is everyone? Asian the population to some sort of catastrophe, and but we are psychological clumpers. And what I mean by that is we tend to agree with the people who we can connect with, and then we can connect with more people who agree, and it's just and you're witness to the middle of that right now, as we in America are, unfortunately, we're coming to the end of that runaway train. And we're seeing this very directly in North Carolina right now, because there are dams breaking. Now they're breaking. They haven't broken yet, so the worst is still to come. But they're in the process of breaking. And what this has done has rendered, I posted in the chat, Asheville, North Carolina, for example, is just closed. As in, you can't get to the city because all of the water has destroyed all of the roads that could lead you in or out of this city. What does that mean for consumerism in Asheville, North Carolina? Well, it stops. No one there is buying anything. for the next however long it takes to fix those roads. And frankly, fixing the roads in and of itself is a waste of time, because this will not be the last hurricane, and it won't even be the strongest hurricane. It might not even be the strongest hurricane this year. This is where we're at. So when we speak of like environmental catastrophe, we're just getting started. And I have been waiting for another Katrina-like event because I knew they were on the way, but this is our first indication. This is the very first indication that we get to have in the United States specifically for what the future is going to be like. We're not going to be able to fix these roads. See, this is not coastal. The hurricane was on top of it. We will not quantify the number of lives lost in this event. That's not even possible. And this is the future. So this is where we're right now. And I am compelled fossil fuel infrastructure in that region being destroyed outright. You know, all these gas stations underwater, completely underwater. This will only continue. We will stop driving because we simply can't. They can't drive in Asheville, North Carolina anymore. The consumerism there will stop. The people who are stuck there will either figure out a way to survive with the resources they have locally, or they will die. And it is this stark contrast, because we're used to the consumerism, and no one is going to go in there and save those people. Sorry, Kim, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, sorry, Earthpunk. The way you're speaking, I love it. And I mean, you're really getting the point across, and it's very chilling. But, the mayors in Florida are already talking about rebuilding. Like, they're not going to let consumerism just die here. They're going to start rebuilding. They're going to put those fossil fuel gas stations back up, and they're going to try to get back to business as usual.
And what I would say to that is they're going to try and they're going to fail.
Yeah, but like it's not like in Asia. These communities are being completely destroyed.
I still don't think it's big enough. It's still not big enough.
I know. We need billions to die before we're gonna wake up, right?
I mean, I don't know if it has to be billions need to die, but I'm pretty sure, especially in that region, it's going to be billions need to be dramatically affected the way these people in Asheville are being affected. I mean, you have to own a kayak to save your neighbor in Asheville, right? And in all of these other places, it's still not quite there yet, and we're going to get there.
But I do think that the only thing that's going to make any difference is a lot of white people need to die. Unless a lot of white people die, no one's going to wake up. Stephen King posted a tweet, and if you look at the comments, like the deniers, I'm like, what the fuck is it going to take?
Yeah.
What the fuck is it going to take? Right?
I think we're dealing with people who can't learn. I think This is what I mean by the motion of masses. There is a big chunk of people who just will not get it, and they will wave their Trump flag at the hurricane, and then no one's going to find them again.
Did you hear Melody talk right at the start of the of this space? She was I don't know if I'm not sure if either of you did actually, but I was listening myself. Very good, very impressive. You should have a listen back at the when the recording comes out. It's well worth it because she's in Georgia. She's in Georgia, so she got well hit by it. I mean, she's stoically she's getting on with it, as Andrew you would say. It's really impressive actually. Yeah.
So I said what I wanted to say. I think
You want to see people get stoically on with it?
We got hands in. We got
in a way, yes, I do, because you'll get people who do get on with things, and it shows the human spirit is still there to make some progress and to make changes. So yes, you do. I think you do want people to do that rather than just roll over, give up completely. It's a human hope and a human strength as well. I think that's what I think anyway.
Yeah.
I think it's important to say that Asheville is 650 meters up in the air. It's elevated. It's not a coastal city. So this huge storm is striking deep into America. I do feel the hands.
Alan,
Jennifer,
it's also it was the site of the filming of The Last of the Mohegans.
Cool. That was written by James Fenimore Cooper, and I've got stories about that. But we are overwhelmed with hands, and Jennifer has been our friend, the Sunday German Climate Club here on X that she holds. It's always brilliant. That's our main rival, along with Sal and Kim on Thursdays, the C&E workshop. And now we have Deirdre's Sunday show on disinformation. So the climate spaces are actually really picking up nicely. Jennifer, are you there? How's Germany?
I don't know, but maybe fine. Yeah, but we are not rival. I think we add value to each other as well, and a lot of people from climate.
Listen in sometimes, and I actually do pick out a few words because I think there's many English words from German. So thank you for that.
I've watched Fury, the tank movie, and I try and learn it from that. A little bit I've learned.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is I watched a video of Ramsar where he said that most scientists they don't believe what was Earthpunk said, it's not dependent where you live anymore. So for example, in Germany you don't need to live next to any water areas or something. It just can where they will get washed away really, really quick and soon, and it will get more often because of climate change. And so in Germany, they also discuss this as as a topic that we will have more extremes when the temperature rises, because the air can take 7% more water every degree, and so everything will be flooded. So it's best to go on decentral energy systems, and also as I think what we talk when we what we think when we talk about wells is that that the GDP rises, and or that we need to more resources. And when we have renewable energies in some areas, it's like free energy afterwards, because it's only the sun and they have heaps of it. And I hope that other places like Asia, they don't do the same shit as we do with have to having money to import coal or gas or oil or something, because example, the flood in Ahrtal in Germany. That was flooded, and they needed a bit south. There was a hospital. They needed 2 years to rebuild it, and I think they said it rises the GDP also about because the land, the country gave 40 billion, is it, to rebuild everything, and not everything is rebuilt yet, and it's 2.5 years now, or 3. It's 3 years now. 2 years needed to build for the hospital, and the area still not everything is fine. There are still areas where they haven't built yet, because it might not be secured afterwards anymore for by the insurance or something. And they talk about that it's sometimes not possible to insure the areas, and the insurance companies, they do great research. They always also have great research about weather and catastrophes, because that's their business. And they also say it's really, really necessary that we like flooding zones to make sure secure no one lives there, and that there are areas, and that we especially stop with the fossil fuels, even in our own area, where we can to heat the school or to maintain any thing in a city. If we need to really get rid of it to lower the chance that every shorter times cities will be affected by it. That's why it's so important that we are really loud, and that governments not say activists are terrorists and make them make excellent laws to jail them even longer. Areas to make areas resilient. Yeah. Thanks heaps.
Thank you, Jennifer. Always good to hear from you. And the climate space is the having a spirit of competition.
Well,
I'm not competitive, sorry.
Oh, Alex, I think the Climate Crisis Club has the best time spot.
Well, I picked it out deliberately out of the whole week. It was deliberate, this time slot. It was an open field at that point. But there's more to life than right now, my screen says climate.
Lonely as nighttime falls and darkness Voices, are you my friend? Someone like me. Into the field, I feel gravity, a place where I belong. Invisible force that pushes me away. My world is ready to change. Into the field, I feel gravity, a place where I belong. Invisible force that pushes me away.
Natural flow of the oceans, there are global impacts. So we do need to think about this globally. Someone had said, well, you know, it's the human spirit to rebuild, to persevere, to move on. And to that I say, there's a lot more spirits here than the human spirit. Centered all the time. I mean, we talk about ecology. We talk about living in balance with the world, but then if we white people aren't listening to me and I need to go talk to Asians. And I did not hear once her say, I went and reached out to the Aboriginal community and I found out how I could uplift those knowledge keepers. And all of technology, we really need to be mindful of not only considering the human experience, because as I said, the earth will do what she must to survive. And if that means eliminating humans, she will do what she must to.
And modern Western science is also recognizing the life force, the singular life force of this planet that we're all part of. There's much there in common. Kevin is up next. Hi, Kevin. What's going on?
This doesn't feel right. What is it that you're so scared of? Please don't wanna let me. Just let me in. Just let me in. Just for tonight.
The heat energy goes into the oceans. So if we make excess heat from this process of global warming, 90% of that energy goes into the ocean. That energy is going into the hurricanes. Many people are experiencing a much greater hurricane due to climate change this time around. I'm too deep into it by now to even notice this stuff, and I'm too jaded and just too snarky. But it is very real, and 52 people last I saw have died. It's a huge disaster, and we are here as a club to help people with eco anxiety to understand climate change. It really is a primary purpose of ours.
Bless you, Alex.
Well, thank you.
I just wanted to just add on to a point, and I think it is a great point about, we should take this opportunity to try to explain that these storms, the intensity, the severity, the breadth of them are due to climate change. And I think there are a lot of people out there doing that. There are meteorologists. I forget the name of one of them on Twitter, but he's fantastic, and he's always linking it back to climate change. And of course, there's Dr. Mann, who's probably, on some news show this weekend explaining how it's due to climate change. So there are people doing that, definitely. I just hope people will, keep an open mind and try to learn something from it.
Absolutely. We'll get right to Pup, who I can't read his mind this time. I don't quite know what's going on. Did you get a pizza, man? What was the plan today?
Well, building humans on the planet are going to change when there's a critical mass of pain. Now, what'll be interesting for me is this catastrophe, the latest catastrophe, going to cause enough pain in a large enough group of individuals where maybe we're going to do something about it. The other thing that's going to contribute to that is all these homeowners, well, at least a large majority of them have homeowners insurance, and they're going to collect on that. And that's going to influence insurance companies who are part of the financial structure, and maybe if they got to pay out trillions of dollars, that maybe that'll have some effect. Or maybe they'll just be like Florida, where if you live in North Carolina or the Appalachians, you can't get fucking homeowners insurance anymore. Because the risk is too high for any insurance company to roll the dice and take a chance on giving you insurance. It really, again, it's going to be interesting for me to see, now that this is inland so far, it's not coast, is this going to create enough outrage where a large enough majority of individuals say, we got to fucking do something about this? And now what that something is, there are literally a million voices out there. And now I disagree, at least tacitly, with Olivers that we need to educate. I don't think that. I think we've educated just about everybody that is willing to be educated. Number one, and number two, people really don't give, by and large, don't give a shit about the details. They just want to know that my house isn't going to fucking have a 20-inch oak tree fall on it and crush it with me inside. I just want to know that I don't have to crawl up on my roof and die in a flood as my house washes away. People don't give a shit about the answer. I mean, if education was the answer, there wouldn't be a single
Who are we educating? Who's educating who? I don't think the education has occurred yet.
We've done, the research on facts, not bullshit, and we've come to a bunch of conclusions. Some really simple ones that we all agree on. The use of fossil fuels is fucking us. We got to stop doing that. But how many do you know have enough solar to survive? That can service their electrical and power needs. I mean, not I can count the number of people on one hand in my community. I mean, the people that want to be educated are educated.
I don't know, because I think sometimes we have to talk to people in a language that they'll understand. I think a lot of people where I live, they have electric cars because they get to go in the HOV lane of the highway. And that means that you can only go in this special lane if you have an electric vehicle or two people in your car. So they're doing it out of convenience and not
for all the wrong reasons.
But they're still doing it. So that's good. But
Can I add to the conversation, right? Can I just add to the conversation? Can you hear me?
Always welcome, Andrea.
It doesn't matter what you fucking do in the United States and Canada. If the growth that's happening in Asia continues, it doesn't fucking matter what you do in Asia.
Andrea, I agree with what you say, but you have to be careful with what you say because people, climate deniers in Canada and US are saying exactly what you're saying to defend their lifestyles and the use of fossil fuels.
You should do everything you can in North America. You should do everything you can to reduce your energy consumption. But at the end of the day, if the part of the world that I live in doesn't also get that message, it doesn't matter what you fucking do. And like no one wants to face up to this, right? But it's really important that we do face up to this. Like we're on the cusp here. And I live in the part of the world that just doesn't want to recognize the problem. And
well, America doesn't want to recognize the problem either. Let's be perfectly honest.
That's true.
Exactly, right? No, I mean, you guys are pretty shit anyway. And then there's billions of people waking up to these opportunities to consume. Fuck. Like, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, stop.
Andrea, Americans are the consumers of the world. They are the highest per capita energy users in the world.
No, I know that that's what everyone thinks, but actually Asians are much bigger. When it comes,
You're both right.
I think the key here is
capita.
it lies in the words per capita. Americans, without a doubt, per capita, are the most energy consumptive individuals on the planet, without a doubt.
You guys are
But
fucked
from
it
a
up.
gross consumption basis, Asia definitely far
Right.
surpasses
Yeah.
America.
57% of the world's population. Yep.
Mate,
There
and
you
this,
go.
I would like to add here that about education and hope and all this crap, what Dr. Fisher told us in January. We get the population up to 3.5% activists. We're not even learning anything. People like Oliver and Kim and now Pup, who are just rabid, Andrea. If we get Jennifer, all of you, if we get rabid activists at 3.5% of the population, approximately, Dr. Fisher told us society's changed at that point. So we don't have to worry.
Okay,
Yeah.
Alex, let's run with those
Yep.
numbers, okay? 3.5% of 330 million Americans. So let's just concentrate on America for a minute. That means that little over 9 million Americans have to be rabid enough like the individuals in this room.
Exactly.
And how many people are currently in the room? 100.
Right. You're exactly right, Pup, though. I insist on it being global. So I think it's 80 million. I can't remember what the number is. But it's got to be done globally, and we need that percentage globally and to get motion. That's sociology. It's like physics. It's like how many humans
Yep.
you need to get motion.
but Alex,
Yes.
Alex, I really need to challenge this idea here, right? Like, so here I am living in the part of the world where
Yeah.
the greatest growth is happening, and everyone's really happy about it, right? Because like you think 20 years ago, that fuck all. Now they can rely on buying bananas, or it's like it's a really interesting part of the world to live in. And everything that we take for granted as an Australian, as an American, as a European, these people that I have been my neighbors for the last 20 years, right?
Yeah.
Are living a life that they never had before. And
Yeah. I mean, I understand.
that they want to enjoy it. They want to go on holidays.
Of course
the
they do.
problem we have is there's too fucking many of them.
I understand. Again, I am half Greek. The Greek people were occupied for 370 years by the Turks. They were occupied by the Germans. They are on the edge of Africa and Asia. Apparently, I understand a lot from that. I don't know why I have to keep repeating this. The Greek people.
But Alex, like
the Greek people
Alex,
invented all the sciences. I understand.
Alex, there's 1.4 billion Chinese. There's 1.4 billion Indians.
True.
Like, these are massive numbers of people.
Yes.
That can go and experience the world. No, I don't want to take that away from them. There's just a huge number of people.
It's in the way you're framing these things. It needs
No,
to,
but how do you do it? How do
we
you
are
frame
doing
this?
it.
Like,
we are doing it. This is how we do it.
Absolutely. I was listening to Guy McPherson, a video that he has. And, he would list a statistic and, talk about just like the physics of it all. And then after each of these statistics, he would say, isn't that inconvenient? Isn't that inconvenient? Climate change is inconvenient.
It is.
The other thing that
go ahead.
The other thing that I'm going to be really interested to look at and see is 6 months to a year after this catastrophe in North Carolina and the Appalachians, how many people decide, fuck it, I'm not going to live in this shit anymore, and start the climate migration thing. It'll be interesting to watch.
The climate migration.
It'll be interesting to
Yeah, it is expected over the next 20 years. People will start leaving the southern states. It is totally expected.
Well, my point is, Alex, is maybe that's going to happen sooner than the 20-year mark. Because, you know, maybe people say, you know, my insurance company gave me the money to rebuild, and screw it, I'm not going to rebuild here. I'm going to move someplace on higher ground, or I'm going to move away from the coast. So maybe, and we won't know for a while, you know, 3 to 6 months at least, we won't know what quantity of people are saying, screw this, I'm going to move to someplace where I'm not going to die on the roof of my house floating away.
But again, it's an American perspective.
Yes.
Well, it sure is. It sure is. Absolutely
That's
is.
us.
And
I'll tell you
that's
something,
because I live here.
And I'll tell you something for nothing. The people not in America, and they're not in Europe. They're gonna stay where they are until they can't. So what are we gonna do about that? You know.
Well,
what are
we
gonna do
discuss
about
that
Exactly.
constantly from our perspective.
We wait.
But I want to stall the conversation here, as good as it is, and get to some hands, because again they're piling up. Let's. I know there's a lot more. We'll pick this up after we do the hands. Let's get to Jennifer, and see what she has on her mind. Jennifer, if you can hear me.
Yeah. Good evening again. And yeah, I wanted to respond to wind wings. Yeah, because the world is not want to punish us or something. So it's our fault that this all happens. And I think when we think about how much each person use the West and the USA and Canada, we use too much of everything, and we need to have it's recycled, upcycled, and like from cradle to cradle, or that it's all in a cycle. And so I think it's still mostly us who have to reduce everything. And when we say that other countries that are now poor, they are not allowed to have a little bit more wealth because there are more people, that's not what I would call fair. And I think we should also, we should really support these areas then to not make the same mistakes, and also go for renewables, and even decentralize. I can't say that often enough. And so, and then it's not, I think it's not on point, or not part of the constructive discussion to focus on say about Asia. So it's because they are going on renewals really, really quick. They are 6 years in advance of what they have planned, and they will really quick, because we will have a law when you import everything has to pay CO2, or will be checked to sustainability. I'm not sure how it's called now, but you have to prove, and everything in China will be really, really quick to have climate neutral stuff to export, and to even be better in it than maybe even with cars than Germany is. And so we really need sure that we not stick to old technology, and because we could do it really well, but because we really need to change our consumption, and that's also in our mobility, how we live, how our houses are insulated, how far we transport food or anything. And it's on the West to go forward, but to also influence the poorer areas now to not do the same mistakes, and or make them to new colonies for fossil fuels, and dependent on that it's 14 years or something that they first win anything from the installation and polluting the area. Thanks.
And you're absolutely spot on, right? So like 1.2 billion people in the world rely on rice. Rice. When the population moves past 35 degrees Celsius, rice is not an option, right? So, like, I'm living in the rice growing region of the world, and for the last couple of years, especially last year, it's been above 35 degrees. Like, so from a famine perspective, like Nigeria, right? Jesus Christ, we are on the cusp of something so shit, what we're on the cusp of, and we're not preparing for it. We're not recognizing it, and the worst thing about it all is authoritarian leadership. The people that are saying we can save you. So in Argentina, he promised they could save them, but he hasn't, right?
Yeah, well, their inflation got, completely out of control. These are all issues, Andrea, but once again, we have hands and we have Robert back with us. So let's get straight to Robert. Let him deliver his address for the week. Roberto House Telford, what's going on, man? And he's gone. So let's move on to Green Kraut, our pal in Australia, who is very early in the morning over there having his coffee.
Good morning.
Have you got the bike repair space yet?
I got the lease last week, and I set myself like a timeline. I said I gotta be in there in 4 weeks, so I started telling my customers to crank up the pressure on me. That's how you get stuff done, I think.
Excellent.
Because you have to.
You understand yourself, so you know how to get yourself to get stuff done. That's your
You
method.
gotta push yourself. But the thing is, this is not about who said it, but it rang in my ears this morning like the word school drop off and being in traffic. And I freaking hate that word because it implies you're in a car and it's totally normal. And this is what's going fundamentally wrong in our society. And I'm thinking about a project, how to visualize emissions of cars to people, because like we talked a lot about education and how can we visualize emissions. And the convenient thing about fossil fuels, especially like diesel and gas or unleaded, is you put it in the tank, you arrive somewhere and it's all gone. You will notice it if you leave your car running in your garage, and have the windows down. But otherwise, it's so convenient that it just disappears. But very few people really know how much. Maybe they know how much fuel their car is using, but they have no idea about the tailpipe emissions. What comes out of it? A lot of people don't know that 1 liter of gas, or like roughly 740 grams, translates to 2.31 kilograms CO2. It's like 2 1/3 milk or almond milk, yeah, bags here in Australia, yeah. And if you think about in gallons, yeah, 1 gallon translates to 8.74 kgs. So that's 19.27 pounds of CO2 per gallon. That adds up. And average European car uses about 6 liters, so that's 12.32 kgs per 100 kilometers. And miles per gallon, we're at 25.4 miles per gallon in the US for an average car. That's, I know it's a lot of numbers, but it's 47.15 pounds of CO2 emissions per 100 kilometers. And I was thinking about getting some either like chocolate bars, because everyone loves chocolate, yeah. And you ask people at our local market how far they've driven there, and then you calculate, yeah, and then you show them how much that is in chocolate to give it like a positive, funny spin, and then they get a little chocolate bar or something like that. But just to get people that they grasp how much emissions are when they just jump into the car to just head into town to get something, yeah. Oh, we don't have whipped cream anymore, yeah. Like all this stuff what you can easily do with a bike. And if you're, yeah, but sometimes I'm lazy too, yeah. And the next thing on my shopping list is an e-bike, to get the conversation back to bikes. But fortunately, I live in a small progressive town, still with too big cars. But if we talk about impact and talking about like how we can educate people, and yeah, this would be one way to really make people understand what's coming out of their tailpipes and why it's a good idea to long-term, being a techno-optimist here, swap to an electric car, but short-term maybe getting an electric bike to get the kids to school. So they're great cargo bikes. Cycling infrastructure is something I really fight for, and everything counts. Yeah, like flying is way worse, but in the daily thing is, yeah, you just jump into the car and go somewhere. And on the bike, you can do something for your own health, for your kids' future. I'm always saying, like, yeah, parents who do school drop-offs, they're burning their kids' future, literally. So, yeah, that's my 20 cents for today. Yeah, thank you guys. Always
Thank
great to be here.
Green. Yeah, and we're always glad to hear from you. The amazing, sensible sense of logic, progression, sensibility, sense and sensibility, which does seem to be a recipe or an antidote for these times. I think we'll hear from Jim in the amazing state of Texas.
Yeah. One thought I had, which is possibly a potential influence op with respect to electric cars. And this would not work everywhere, but in some places, like I have in mind, some American suburban communities. What if you wanted to do an influence op based upon the fact that people sometimes copy their neighbors? So what if you're trying to promote electric cars in a neighborhood where there are very few, if any, electric cars? So you and your buddy drive an electric car over there and park it, assuming there's on-street parking, and then just leave the car parked there, for half a day. You might do this twice in the same neighborhood with another electric car parked. Just leave it there. So, especially on a weekend, people are walking, they see the car, maybe they think, oh, my neighbor got an electric car, or maybe they think, oh, my neighbor's got some friends who are visiting in an electric car. So the point is, this might work, might not work, but if it did work and people, if the keeping up with the Joneses factor comes into play and someone says, oh, I don't know who the neighbor is that's got the car, electric car, but maybe I'll get one. And at some point, if this influence op works, it becomes self-perpetuating. You know, the more neighbors see other neighbors with who actually have bought the car, it could reach a tipping point. So maybe this is a good idea, maybe a bad idea, but man, if I were an electric car company, I'd explore it, or possibly even people promoting environmental causes. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. Cars and fashion from Jim today. Interesting. And Earth Punk, what is on your mind?
I wanted to piggyback off of what Pup was saying earlier about the Great Migration. I don't think he called it that, but I think that we are going to be experiencing the Great Migration here, probably as a result of this event. And they're saying that there's possibly another hurricane coming up even next week. And I think that the timing of all of these different events being so close as they are now is going to force the people out of the South and inland. They've done projections on the supposed migrations, and it's basically showing that everyone's going to move to the Midwest of America, between the heat in the Southwest and the hurricanes and all of the coastal damages, including places like New England. Everyone's going to end up in the Midwest, and Michigan happens to be sort of a financial hotspot because they've also done those projections. What will this do to the economy in all of these different places? Well, the Floridian economy can be assumed to go in the garbage, and we're already seeing this because the insurance companies are pulling out. And it's likely that the insurance companies will pull out of South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky. In how many years at most? At most, how many years is the question. So that ties into the consumerism too that's happening too, also in Asia. I assume they have some sort of insurance system over there as well. And there will come a point where you just can't buy a car or a house or this or that because it's either not available or it can't be insured. And we might just see this in Florida as a direct result of this most recent hurricane and whatever storm nature wants to throw at us again. But I think that we assume that we have more agency than we actually have because we are on this earth as animals, and we tend to forget that. We are birds and squirrels and bears and wolves, but we're humans, and we can impact our environment in this way that we do. But when nature wants to turn around on us, we have as much say as the birds and the squirrels and the wolves and the bears. So those who can be educated will be educated inherently because they're that sort of animal, but only a small percentage of the people resistant to the education will ever actually be converted, even under great pressure. They will move when nature tells them to move. And I think that we happen to be in this group, part of that climate consciousness, where we just happen to be the sort of animal who will notice these things, and we want to bark at the other people to tell them where they're supposed to move before nature forces them to. So I think that we can have our hope in knowing that these motions will continue. There will be a greater number of climate activists as they become activated by all of these disasters. And I think that as we can expect the Great Migration to occur, we can also expect a Great Awakening to occur as well.
Yeah, you're right, Earthpunk. And as a matter of fact, that is one of our Climate Crisis Club philosophies. Years ago, we were developing this thinking people would show up as greater climate awareness occurred. We deliberately designed this to be here as people got aware of these issues. And we've heard from some new people today that are just recently waking up to all this. So yes, you are correct. I really do want to say I do appreciate our German friends who attend here week after week after week, and the notion that Canadians, English, Australians have a deep alliance, including the world wars, that we're very close in spirit. The feeling that the Germans are now part of that really touches me. And I think it's really true. So in that spirit of camaraderie friendship, let's get back to the Green Crowd and his pursuit of I'm not sure, probably of coffee and breakfast. I'm not sure what green what is hi.
Yeah, I was thinking about two things. One, the idea about the EVs. Tesla has been very open and progressive about like come in, drive a car and try it out, and no commitment. Like you don't even have to have a close and urgent interest to buy one. They still want to know, but I've test-driven Teslas over the years to also experience the progress they've made. And they never pestered me or in any way or pushed me like if I want to commit and buy or lease a car. So that's a pretty easy thing to try one and share that with friends and say give it a go. But still, the fewer cars we get on the roads, the better, or the more cars we can get off the road, the better. Because if we replace every combustion engine car with an EV, we haven't gained much. The thing is, the resources involved in producing an EV are still massive. And we need to reduce, like car ownership, for example, in Germany has never, ever been higher. Never. Yeah. And that tells a story. Like when I grew up in the 80s, my parents always had one car. Yeah. And then at some stage they had two cars. Yeah. And cars have grown in size and weight. Yeah. Or the gains in efficiency over the years, like in the end, you can't really talk about efficiency when a combustion engine car in the end is more a heater of a car. Like we're driving heaters to heat the atmosphere in two ways. Yeah. So, and I think car sharing is a great concept to reduce car ownership. We used to have here something in Australia called Car Next Door, a scheme where peer-to-peer you were able to share your own car with your neighbors. And I've used that a lot. So you get always the right car for the right occasion. You want to head and pick up some shelves, you get a transporter, a van. You want to head out somewhere on the weekend and you get a nice funky convertible. So I've done that over years and years, and all the time I lived in Melbourne, I didn't needed a car because there was a scheme. Unfortunately, or fortunately, initially they got bought by Uber and they called it Uber Cars. So because the initial platform was a bit clunky, and Uber, streamlined it, and it worked the way that you paid a fixed fee for the day or the amount of hours you were renting the car, and then you had a fixed rate per kilometer. So you knew beforehand how much it will cost you if you knew the distance. So I picked up some equipment from Wollongong, which is like 1,000 km from here, and I knew beforehand how much it will cost me because I had said I needed for 4 days, and it's 2,200-ish case, so fixed cost, all good. However, I just learned that they closed shop this month. So Uber bought them, had them for, I don't know, a few years, and now they pulled the plug on it. And this great tool for people to increase utilization of their car as well, because cars are heavily underutilized. They're standing around most of the bloody day, blocking public land, where you could have a bike lane, but you need all these cars there. Sealed surfaces, increasing temperature in cities because of huge car parks, because they need to stand somewhere. It's just dumb. The more cars we get off the roads, the more people we get.
You wonder what you're up to. Oliver is back with us. I don't know if he wants to comment on the Just Stop Oil over in.
She was linked to physics. It isn't at all. It's absolutely not.
Oh, well, that was not my exact precise statement. I connected the dots till I got to physics. Sociology is not a hard science, no.
It's a woolly science, like economics and political science and so on. I was intrigued by the idea that I know I'm on board with the 3%. Once you get to 3%, you can probably influence people. But I can't quite get hold of the idea that it's happening like by magic somehow, that you get to 3%, there's enough of you out there, and that everybody else is going to go, yep, okay, we'll go along with that. I just think there's a bit more to it, to the winning people over.
Right.
Maybe I've got an old-fashioned sort of Methodistic sort of viewpoint of the world. We have to go out there and get them, and convert them. I don't know. Maybe it's a bit of that going on.
Sociology is an oddly misunderstood field. I did babysit for that Columbia University sociology professor in the 80s. I didn't take any classes, but I would talk to him, Dr. Hirsch. And what Dr. Fisher was talking about, when you get around 3.5% of the population is an activist, that makes change. When she says that, that's a result of studies. They study historically over and over again, and they come up with that number. That's a sociological result. So it's on the basis of studies. That's where it comes from.
So that'll be for suffragettes and labor unionism and Black Lives Matter, I guess, too, actually, in its own way. But that somehow seems like I understand that, but it seems they're like, in a way, they're kind of modest goals. They're quite sort of specific parts of our society, people of our society. Whereas the climate issue that we all face is the entire thing. It's everything. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've got it. You know, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just curious about whether there is more to come from.
It is
from
true
this
that
field.
the climate issue is everything. It's gigantic. It's a brand new type of issue the human race has never faced before. So that 3.5% might not be so exact in the climate case. That is true. Yeah, we would need Dr. Fisher to explain where that comes from. We could find the references and so forth and pin it down. But it is interesting how people don't generally understand sociology. You know,
It's another leaf. It's another leaf. Hello. So I've got somebody. Who's that trying to say something?
I have no clue. I know Sandy's popped up here and has something to say. She did interview Roger Halem. I'm just curious what it felt like speaking to Roger, what he seemed like. Hi.
Hi, Roger's
Yeah.
great. I wanted
Yeah.
Roger to speak to American progressives, and he did
Great. Yeah.
about what they can do here because with civil disobedience. Because I was concerned of people that follow me that are advocating for not civil disobedience. So I wanted to do that, and he did it, and then he got arrested. So I was one of his last interviews. But what I really wanted to say was thank you for today. And Alex said I was outside and I got my last butternut squashes. I still have a few growing. Green beans that I'm going to take the seeds out, hollyhock seeds, cherry tomatoes. I'm going to make sun-dried tomatoes. I mean, I was very busy, but this is great on Saturdays because it keeps my mind busy and keeps me busy. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sandy. And you know, many of us, I know Kim right here is often watching your shows and commenting on the chat. Oliver too pops in. We want to see everybody chatting away on your Tuesday, Friday shows. I don't know when you do the left past 10.
Oh yeah, that's just that. I don't run that. I was just asked to be part of it. It's fun. It's different. It has nothing to do with climate or environment. These are left, like Sam Cedar type Majority Report people that are left progressives, and I love them. So I said yes, and we did our 50th show, and it's my actual fun time.
Yeah.
You know, away from all the gloom and doom like the show I did. But it's so that's not I just multi-stream it onto my channel. But yeah, and we're re-evaluating our Discord, and I'm have a new Discord moderator named Nina. She's from Canada, and we're going to go a lot different direction and be a lot more hospitable, nicer, safe place because it had gotten to a place I didn't like. So that's going to change, and that's it. And I wanted to say hi to Going South if he's still with us.
Yeah, he's great. He's been putting this right on YouTube, and we go way back. We saw he was
It didn't really have anything to do with anyone in a negative. It was just going away. I didn't want it to go.
Yeah. I do with Dr. Mike on Wednesdays. I do my political space. We have
Oh, it's a
women.
goofy show though. I mean, it's really long, and sometimes we don't script it. Sometimes we don't talk about anything. It's a trip into we are having fun and we like each other.
But it is political in nature, which our Wednesday
Yeah.
space is.
Yeah, but not like as heavy as your Wednesday. I was involved in that. That was pretty heavy duty. This is
Well, they changed though Wednesday to Wednesday. Next, she is a big wig in Planned Parenthood.
oh, very good. I'll try to log in.
Yeah, we are going to be discussing women's issues of all kinds of feminism and women's issues. That's the setup of that space on Wednesday this week. But it just dawns me that that's where we could pop in the left past 10. That crowd would be interested. I do think you and Andrea here, I don't know why you guys don't have way bigger crowds. Like that's something we're actively trying to do here, is get both of you to have way bigger crowds.
I've never been interested.
Well, you just do the same thing, but I'm just saying that we would like to see for the climate movement, like literally, to get, to move the climate movement along much bigger audiences. And
Okay, I agree with that.
yeah,
Because
I mean, I know what
you'll
you
have a
mean.
fabulous interview with someone and it gets 12,000 views. But get Alex Jones, he does a space and he's got 235,000 people watching at once. So yeah, there's
Right.
something definitely wrong with this picture.
Well, my guy Jack, right? Jack Hopkins, I saw he got 100,000 followers in a month. And I'm like, how the hell did he do that?
Because he's
And
good. I follow him because of you now.
yeah, he is good. And I've talked to him a couple times. He's got some neurodiversity. He used to be MAGA and he changed. And he was in the military. He's an honest guy. He loves the heavy metal. He loves to play his guitar. And I chat with him, and I'm just want him to say climate like once a month. That's like my goal. He doesn't have to do more than that. He's been in this club, and maybe one day, especially after the election, he might interview one of the climate people. Put Hey-Ho or somebody, let him chat with her. And that's all my goal is. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say goodbye and become a listener for the rest of the show because I have a million things to do. But thank you, Alex, and thank you, everyone. It was really enjoyable to listen to all of you.
Well, too cool, Sandy. And on the gardening season is all important. Soon it'll be over. We love Halloween here. I'm like 30 miles from Salem. This is Halloween country. And we will hear from Wind in the mighty state of Nevada. I do like Bear Ate My Grapes, actually. I think that's just a great handle.
Oh,
Hi,
it's actually like it's not a euphemism. It was from when I was a kid and I was like 6 and I was growing a grapevine and I kept bothering my mom every day because I had been like nurturing it the whole season and there was a massive crop. They were beautiful and every day I'd be like, Mom, can we pick the grapes? Mom, can we pick them today? Mom, can we pick them today? And no joke, like the day that she was exasperated. She was like, you know what? When you get home from school today, we're going to pick your grapes. Okay. And I was like, okay, well, except that fall, we happened to have a drought and the bears were fattening themselves up for the winter. And a bear had come down from the mountains into the city. And no joke, like the millisecond after she said that, I sat down, I started eating oatmeal and a bear bounded across our backyard. And I got to sit and watch a bear eat all my grapes. So that's where the name Bear Ate My Grapes came from. So thank you for speaking it. You just mentioned it, so I wanted to share the story because there's actually a story behind it. So 2 things I wanted to talk about. One person was talking about like, how do we convert people? How do we cross this bridge? And I think that fundamentally, we need to recognize that there's a difference in value sets, that people that care about the environment aren't necessarily solely motivated by money, whereas those that are disconnected from the environment tend to be more capitalist-centered, monetarily motivated. And so I think one way to just open the door to just get them to start listening is you need to show how taking care of the environment can also support a thriving economy. So let me give you an example because one of the German speakers was talking about reducing car use. Well, that can be achieved through more remote work. And then when you talk to remote workers, a lot of them will say, I'm more productive. I don't have to spend as much time commuting. My quality of life has improved. My work-life balance has improved. Like holistically, it's better for them. And at the same time, is better for the environment. And so, can go back to the employer and say, your worker's not the risk of your worker getting in a car accident and being out of work has diminished. They are able to take better care of their mental health. They're better able to take care of their physical health. So your insurance premiums are going to go down. And if you frame it that way, in a way they can save money, all of a sudden they're a little more open to the idea. When I hear people talking about remote work, it's usually a boss that wants to micromanage and is like, well, they're not doing their work, yada, yada, yada. They don't consider about like the other monetary gains they're making, on top of the fact that they would no longer have to pay rent in a commercial setting if their employee doesn't have to go to an office. So there's a lot of monetary savings there that I feel like that conversation is centered upon. But I brought that up because I used to be like an in-person worker back when I was working, and then I switched to full-time remote, and my miles driven, it's like, I think now it's like less than 1,000 miles a year. Like I barely drive anymore. And that's just me. And so I just wanted to give that example because I feel like that's really going to be fundamentally the key if we're trying to get people to listen to us, is for them to see where the valuation systems overlap. And we got to kind of translate it into something they care about and how it improves that. And then the car centric, so like the car issue is, that one, I hear what our German friends are saying, I really do, but there's so many obstacles in the United States against it, and especially in the Western United States. So the Western United States was settled a lot later than the Eastern United States. The population density in general is a lot lower. The infrastructure is centered around it being car-centric, so we live in like suburbia hell where they build out instead of build up. And on top of that, you have zoning issues where they don't allow for mixed use like zoning, which further contributes to that. And so when we think about trying to detransition from a car-centric society, we need viable alternatives. And one of the things he mentioned was, oh, well, there's car sharing programs where we live. Well, I know here they tried to do a car sharing program, but then our economy actually inhibited that because there are so many people that are working like 3 jobs. And on top of that, they have kids and family to drive around and perhaps only one car in the family, that it
โดยนำของที่มีค่าที่สุดของท่านมาแลกสลากชิงรางวัล1 ใบหากท่านคิดว่าของท่านมีค่ามากพอสำหรับเราแล้วล่ะก็
Dance, baby, dance, 'cause I need to forget how I feel. closer to me. Fight, baby, fight, don't make it too easy on me. It's like I'm burning inside. Something changing inside of me, and I'm losing my mind. It's like I'm cut into pieces, and the feelings I have inside, they no longer belong to me. Stay, baby, stay. Dance, baby, dance. Run, baby, run. Fight, baby, fight. Hush, baby, hush, 'cause I don't wanna hear what you say. Dream, baby, dream, 'cause you need to forget who I am. Hide, baby, hide, but I wanted you out of my sight. Leave, baby, leave, 'cause I wanted you stay anyway. It's like I'm burning inside. Something changing inside of me, and I'm losing my mind. It's like I'm cut into pieces, and the feelings I have inside, they no longer belong to me. Hush, baby, hush. Dream, baby, dream. Hide, baby, hide. Leave, baby, leave. It's like I'm burning inside. Something changing inside of me, and I'm losing my mind. It's like I'm cut into pieces, and the feelings I have inside, they no longer belong to me. It's like I'm burning inside. Something changing inside of me, and I'm losing my mind. It's like I'm cut into pieces, and the feelings I have inside, they no longer belong to me.
It's definitely in the wet bulb territory for more delicate people. And tomorrow it's going to be a bit warmer. So we'll see some more people fall over from this. And what I posted were pictures along the lines of what Reverend Dr. Pup and I were talking about, I posted pictures of the leaning tree in the back of the house. It's leaning and it's kind of propped up precariously by several branches, kind of tripoding itself up along the back diagonal towards the back of the house. And if any of those branches give way, so will the back of the house. So we're still in danger. And we're not even going to get a visit from any official until next Thursday. So you can see how fast things are progressing here. Augusta sent out a wonderful notification earlier today. I'll go find it and post it back in here for y'all. They said,
On the line, when there's no light, I empathize. Wake me up someday, and then I'm alive. No more lies today, and no time. Can you run my way? In the night, when there's no time away, can you empathize? Wake me up someday in the night. No more lies today, no time. Can you run away? When there's no light, no way, empathize. Wake me up someday, and we're on the line. No more lies today, and no time. Can you run away in the line? When there's no time away, can you empathize? Wake me up someday in the night. No more lies today, no time. Can you run away in the night? so far, so far.
And this club will go on until we get the job done. So once again, thank you, everybody. And be good.
We drink to forget the common storm.